Yes, Mr. Keith.
My lady, before Ms Blackwell calls the first witness, may I just mention one matter from yesterday to put on the record that I think I said on behalf or in relation to the evidence of Professor Dame Sunny Davis that...
Microphone, Mr. Keith.
It's on, it's just I'm not speaking loud enough.
All right.
I think I suggested that there'd be no questions for her under the Rule 10 form procedure, and I proceeded to ask questions myself of her. In fact, permission had been given to COVID-19 Brief Advocates for Justice group to ask questions themselves, so I apologise. I'm afraid I intruded in their turf, and I asked the questions myself. And in relation to Mr. Osborne, we said that no core participant group had sought to ask questions of Mr. Osborne. The correct position, in fact, is that one particular group, again, COVID-19 Brief Advocates for Justice, had sought permission to ask questions of Mr. Osborne, but permission had actually been declined.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell.
Good morning, my lady. I call Sir Mark Walport.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly, declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sir Mark, thank you for the assistance that you've given so far to the inquiry. I know that you have provided a full and very helpful witness statement.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming to give evidence today. Please keep your voice up and address your answers into the microphone so that the stenographer can hear for the transcript. We will take a break during the course of your evidence, but if at any time before that you require a break, just say so, and we will do that. May we bring up on screen, please, INQ 000147707. Could we look at the second page, please? This is your witness statement, Sir Mark, and if we go to page 49, we can see that you have signed it, although your signature has been redacted, and that you've confirmed under the statement of truth that you believe the facts stated in the witness statement to be true. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. We can take that down. Dealing first of all then with your background so far as it's relevant to this inquiry. You're a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, a retired Fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists, and an Honorary Fellow of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health. You're a Fellow of the Academy of Medical Sciences and a Fellow Council Member and Trustee of the Royal Society and an Honorary Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. You have extensive experience of strategy and policy development, the provision of science advice to government, the funding and catalysts of research, crisis management, and organisational leadership. And you were Director of the Wellcome Trust from 2003 to 2013. From 2013 to 2017, you were the Government Chief Scientific Advisor. And from 2017 to 2020, you were the founding Chief Executive Officer of UKRI, that's United Kingdom Research and Innovation. You were a member of the Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology, CST, and co-chair during your time as GCSA. And you continued to attend the CST in your role as CEO of the UKRI until 2020. Whilst you were the Government Chief Scientific Advisor, you were responsible for running Go Science, ensuring that the Prime Minister and Cabinet received the scientific advice that they needed, and you drove systematic improvements across the government in relation to how science is used, and we will turn to that during the course of your evidence. So, please explain to us, Sir Mark, what is entailed in the role of Government Chief Scientific Advisor.
Okay, thank you. So the job of the Government Chief Scientific Advisor is very broadly drawn. It is essentially to advise the Prime Minister and the Government on all aspects of science, engineering and technology for the whole breadth of government policy. Of course, that is not because the government chief scientific advisor has expertise on all of those matters. And in fact, at some level, it is incidental that I am medically qualified and so have some background in the topics. But nevertheless, my job was to work across the whole of government. And there are extensive mechanisms of science advice which the GCSA plays a role in coordinating. So firstly, I was supported by the Government Office of Science.
Yes.
Secondly, each government department has its own CSA, not all of them, but many of them, and part of the work over the last 10 years or more has been to increase the number of chief scientific advisors.
Embedded with the...
And those are appointed by the individual government department and are usually at a director or a director general level.
Yes.
And so my role was as a permanent secretary, reporting to the cabinet secretary, but with direct access to the prime minister and the government. So there's the network of chief scientific advisors. Part of the job was also to be head of the government science and engineering profession, and there are many thousands of scientists and engineers working in many roles across government. There are many advisory committees, and we'll talk, I'm sure, more about some of the advisory committees in relation to coronavirus. There are also arm's-length bodies like the Meteorological Office, the Environment Agency, the Health Protection Agency, as was, Public Health England it became. So there's an array of advisory committees. And the job was a mixture of providing advice in emergencies, which is obviously an important topic for this inquiry, but also it involved horizon scanning and foresight work. So the Government Horizon Scanning Unit sat in Government Office of Science, working closely with others. And so the range of work was very large indeed.
Right. Well, it sounds as if it was very large indeed. You speak very quickly, Sir Mark.
Sorry,
Could I invite you during the course of your evidence just to slow down a little bit for the purposes of the stenographer? Thank you. I'd like to focus on three aspects of the role, please. And you set these out in paragraph 15 of your witness statement. The first is this, that as the chief scientific advisor, you were supportive of the Civil Contingencies Secretariat in the development and updating of the National Risk Assessment. Can you explain to us somewhat what your role was in relation to the National Risk Assessment?
Well, so the National Risk Assessment, which first of all covers both malicious threats and natural hazards,
yes.
Science advice is relevant to many of those. And so the job wasn't, as it were, to have any overall responsibility for the NRA, the NRR itself, but to make sure that there is relevant science advice wherever it is possible. And that, again, wasn't done by the GCSA and the Government Office of Science alone. It was done with the support of each of the CSAs for the relevant government department who would work within their department. Firstly, to make sure that risks where science was involved were identified for the NRA, and secondly, to look at their input. But they were not there, as it were. The National Risk Register risk assessment is a pan-government document.
Right. Okay. So it was just to play a part in the whole of the organisation of that. Did you also play a role in the preparedness exercises that we have heard that the government carried out from time to time?
Yes. It's, I would argue, one of the strengths of the UK system that there is a hardwired mechanism to provide scientific input wherever it's appropriate. And by science, I mean that in the broadest sense. So I would include engineering, technology, and, for example, the social and behavioural sciences, where that was relevant as well. The CSA would act as it's a sort of scientific transmission mechanism. It goes back to my point that the GCSA is not expert on everything.
Yes.
But the job of the GCSA is to try and find the researchers, the scientists who are relevant and effectively transmit that advice to government.
Thank you.
And so, yes, the job did involve attending both practice exercises, but also COBRA, when it involved a scientifically relevant issue.
Yes, because the third main role that I wanted to focus on is that when an incident occurs, it's a big part of your role to be engaged in the response to an actual emergency.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Tell us a little bit more, please, Sir Mark, about Go Science and how that interacts with government departments and provides advice in the way that it does.
Well, I mean, so firstly, Go Science has, it's a relatively small office overall. I mean, it was about 60 or 70 people when I was involved. And there is a group in Go Science that specifically work on questions of resilience, so on the risk register, but there was also a group that were responsible, for example, for horizon scanning and foresight work. There was another group that worked with the science and engineering professions as a whole. The government chief scientist was there were a group of analysts across government, and the chief scientist was a representative on that group. So basically, it acted as the mechanism, and obviously we convened chief scientific advisors on an informal basis every Wednesday morning. So we would all meet as a group.
Thank you. There is a distinction, isn't there, between the provision to government of scientific advice, the position of policy advice, and also political decision-making. And I'd like to seek your view, please, Sir Mark, on the limitations of scientific advice within those three areas and yet how it fits within policy advice and political decision-making.
Yes, it's an important question, I think. So the ultimate policymakers are the government, the ministers. They are the people that make the policy. And they, I would argue, look through three lenses when they're deciding on policy. So the first question is, what do I know about X or Y? And that is the lens of evidence.
Yes.
And that is where scientific advice is very important. The second lens they look through is, if I make a policy, is it deliverable? Because people are always coming up with great ideas for policy which are utterly undeliverable. So there is a practical question about whether the policy is deliverable or not. And the third lens they look through is the lens of their political, personal values. And so when they make policy, they are integrating those three things. And people used to quite often say, you know, why don't they take any notice of the science? Well, the answer is that actually the science is part of the story.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, values sometimes trump the evidence. I would say that is less an issue when it comes to a volcano or something like that. But nevertheless, those are the three lenses that a policymaker looks through. And the job of the scientific advisor, in some ways, is much easier than the job of the policymaker.
The principles of scientific advice, as you set out in your witness statement, are threefold: clear roles and responsibilities, independence, and transparency and openness.
Yes.
Are any one of those three more important than the other?
I don't think so. I think they're all equally important. I mean, I think if you're not transparent, then it's not you're not communicating properly. And I think also an important part is to advise on uncertainty,
Right.
and that is particularly important in many emerging issues. And a pandemic is a good example of that. That in a pandemic, it is a new organism, and therefore at the start of it, you may know very little about it. And so part of the job of a scientific advisor is to communicate uncertainty as much as it is to say what we know. So it's what we know and what we don't know.
And having the confidence to do that. And
Yes.
Could we display, please, INQ 0002040014? This is our rather complicated...
Yes, the wiring diagram.
Yes, diagram. I want to use this, please, to focus in on certain scientific advisory committees and invite you, Sir Mark, please, to provide the inquiry with some explanation of what they are there for, how they work, and who we might expect to see in each of them.
Yes. Well, I mean, my first comment is that the wiring diagram itself is sort of most of government.
Yes.
And I think from my perspective, there is actually a fairly clear hardwired mechanism for scientific advice, which is that if you look at the role of the government chief scientific advisor, and in many emergencies, the SAGE committee, which we'll come on to, I'm sure,
Yes.
would be chaired principally by the GCSA, but co-chaired, where relevant, by the relevant CSA from the government department.
Right.
The CMO, who is an extremely a senior figure in government, a very old established office actually, typically co-chairs health emergencies with the GCSA. And but when it comes to COBRA, and both may end up there actually, my job was to act as that transmission mechanism. And then I was advised by the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, which of course is not a standing committee, it's a committee which is bespoke to the nature of the emergency. And SAGE itself is then fed into by either committees set up specifically for the purpose, so expert advisory subcommittees, or by relevant standing committees. And so what you have, and so I think it's actually a relatively clean structure which works well.
So far as the science is concerned.
So far as the science.
Yes.
And then there are a series of committees, bodies in and around the Department of Health and Social Care.
Can we turn to some of those now, please?
Both Paul's,
Yes.
I mean, I'm watching the transcript, and the Paul stenographer is...
Oh, sorry.
So sorry, Sir Mark. I think I'm
slow
going to
down
have
again,
to ask
sorry.
you again to slow down. These are matters, of course, that are familiar to you, but
Yes,
but
yes,
not
no,
to others.
forgive me.
It's my fault. I should have picked up on
So
that.
can we just go back, because I think there was some over-speaking as well. You said, Sir Mark, it was a relatively clean structure. Ms Blackwell interrupted, and you agreed so far as the science is concerned, and then you were moving on to the series of committees and bodies.
Yeah.
All right. Well, can we start, please, with the JCVI? I think they are at the... There we are, on the left-hand side, now highlighted in blue. The Joint Committee for Vaccines and Immunisation, who do we expect to see on that committee, and what is their role?
So the first thing to say is that the Government Chief Scientific Advisor does not attend the JCVI or indeed the other specific committees within the Department of Health. And so I perhaps know a little bit more about them because I do have a medical background, and so I can help in that respect, but not qua being Government Chief Scientific Advisor.
Well, thank you for making that clear. May we use you, Sir Mark, nevertheless,
Okay.
to
Yes.
provide us with some information?
So the Joint Council for Vaccines and Immunisation is an expert committee that provides advice to the department and the government on, it does what it says on the tin, in fact, on vaccines and immunisations. So it provides advice on when vaccines are appropriate, how they should be used, and so it works, of course, with the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency as well, because vaccines have to be regulated. So it's a very specific advisory committee, which was obviously relevant to coronavirus, and this, of course, was the first pandemic in which it's been possible to, from scratch, or nearly scratch, develop a vaccine during the time course of a pandemic, which was a remarkable feat, actually.
Thank you. May I now ask you to provide a description and explanation of the Advisory Committee on Dangerous Pathogens, which, if we go to the other side of the chart, we can see is now highlighted in blue.
Well, again, the same qualifications as before, that these are not committees I've sat on. There are a series of dangerous pathogens. Some of them have been known for a very long while. Anthrax would be an example of those, which can crop up sporadically. And again, that is a committee that is designed specifically to provide advice on pathogens of that sort. Some may be new, but there's diseases like Ebola and Lassa. There are a series of them which require expert care when cases crop up in the UK from time to time.
And does that committee work across a range of government organisations, such as the Health and Safety Executive and the Department of Health and Social Care?
I think I can't really answer that question.
All right.
It's not for me.
Perhaps that's for someone else.
Yeah.
May we go up to the top left of the plan and look at NERVTAG,
Yes.
the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group? What can you tell us about that?
So I think that is very important and very relevant to this inquiry. And That is a newer committee than the others. I think it was set up in 2014 and started its work in 2015. And that actually recognised the fact that over the past 25 years or so, a number of new and emerging respiratory viruses have cropped up in different parts of the world. And so there was SARS in 2003. There was the influenza pandemic in 2009. There have been outbreaks of avian influenza. There was then MERS. And so I think an increasing recognition that viruses were continuously emerging. And I think it's a point maybe I should make now, which is that all pandemics start as emerging infections.
Right.
That is their nature.
Yes.
And they are typically zoonotic. That means that they start in an animal species and then jump across to humans. And the reason they are dangerous is because the human populations don't have pre-existing immunity. And so they can rampage through human populations very quickly. SARS, which of course we may come on to it later, has slightly different characteristics to this. It's been renamed as SARS-CoV-1, and the COVID-19 virus is SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-1 mainly transmitted later on in infection when people are at their most infectious, but it did nevertheless manage to travel around the world and caused a lot of the harm in people such as healthcare workers who were looking at people at their sickest.
Yes.
So there was a lot of concern about these, and in fact, in the foreword to the 2015 annual report, it was acknowledged that there was the potential, these viruses all did have pandemic potential.
Thank you.
What is the difference between the work of the Advisory Committee on Dangerous Pathogens and nerve tag?
One is dealing with viruses that are fairly well known. The nerve tag is specifically looking at new and emerging infections.
If we look below the main blue box in the middle of the page, we can see a small yellow box, and within it are these words, the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling. Just before I ask you about that, can we go above the main blue box and just highlight SAGE together with the two smaller yellow boxes that are underneath, SPIB and SPIMO? Could you explain to us, please, Sir Mark, how those bodies and committees work together?
Well, these are, in each case, specialised subcommittees that provide scientific advice on different aspects of infections as they develop. And modelling in particular is a very important area.
Why is it so important?
Well, because I mean, the challenge is to know how an infection is going to progress. And you can simply look at the doubling time of an infection and sort of draw a straight line. The modelers can apply rather more sophisticated measures to that. But I think the important thing, and it really is an important point, is that what the modelling does is it provides projections. It doesn't provide predictions. And I think the other really important thing is that the uncertainty is at the greatest early in any event when the numbers are relatively small. And so the early projections can be quite wide. And so, if you like, they're starting to give you scenarios on which people can start planning what actions to take. So that's what that is about. And then there's also the sort of behavioural aspects. And behavioural science is important. It's important in any emergency. That's what SPIB in particular is about.
Right. So what is the connection between, I'm looking below the main blue box now, the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling and SPIMO, which is sitting just below SAGE? I'm
afraid I don't think I can give you a certain answer on that here and now. I think I could come back to you on that.
All right. Thank you very much. We can take that down now. Thank you. I want to go on now, please, Sir Mark, to ask you about your opinion on the way in which these scientific advisory groups are commissioned. The inquiry has received witness statements from many people involved in them, expressing a variety of opinion about the level of freedom of thought that these committees have outside of the precise tramlines of commissioning requests that might come from, for instance, the Department of Health. What is your view about the level of freedom of thought that these groups have outside of the standard of commissioning?
Well, so the first thing to say is that because I was not a member or party to those groups directly, I can't comment directly on how they were asked to operate.
Yes.
However, I can make some general comments from my perspective as GCSA on how I think they ought to operate, if I may. And I think it turns on quite an important challenge for providing science advice, which is that science advice is only effective if it has a customer. And so ensuring that government departments are, as far as possible, good customers for research is an important part of the work, because they're not instinctively necessarily looking for scientific advice. In the things that we did in Go Science, which included things like horizon scanning, a very important part of our work was to take, if you like, a bottom-up view, which is to ask the experts that we were working with to brainstorm and work out what could be the issues. And so I would see a committee such as NervTag as not only answering specific questions that the department might have had about influenza, but also providing spontaneous input into the government department. So I think that there shouldn't be a tension between being asked for advice on specific matters and offering spontaneous advice on things that the committee feels is relevant. Otherwise, I don't believe that a government department is getting the most out of its expert committee.
So just to summarise that, and please tell me if I don't summarise it accurately, I think what you're describing is a joined-up cooperation between the requesting government department and the scientific committee. So perhaps the government department going in with an initial question, but then benefiting from the advice that the committee can give it in developing those questions.
Yes, I think precisely so. And one of the initiatives that we undertook whilst I was the government chief scientific advisor was to ask government departments about what the research questions they were interested in were. So statements of research interest were started to be developed, reflecting the fact that science works best if it's a two-way street. In other words, if you've got an inquiring department. And I mean, going back to a committee with the name NervTag, New and Emerging Respiratory, so it ought to be that you're using that committee to say, there is this virus here, let's say MERS, this is why it might or might not be relevant to do some work. And I would cite as something that did happen was that at around 2015, the UK Vaccines Network was set up, which Sir Chris Whitty, who you'll be talking to soon, chaired.
Yes.
And they did use what was then ODA funding to start preparation for vaccines for a number of viruses, including the MERS coronavirus. And it was because of that work that in 2020, Sarah Gilbert and her team in Oxford were able to take the work that, in fact, the British government had funded through ODA, thinking that it would be used most likely a vaccine in the developing world, repurpose that, and that was the basis of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine.
ODA being the
Overseas Development Assistance Funding. So it wasn't that there was wasn't a scientific recognition that these were and are very important organisms, and MERS still is a dangerous virus. And so there was vaccine preparedness.
Just before we leave this topic, you've described in terms of the working relationship between the government department and the scientific committee as being a two-way street. That's the ideal. Do you happen to know as a fact whether or not in the run-up to the pandemic that was the relationship that existed with nerve tag?
I do not know as a fact. I've read the witness statements and...
Yes. Well, the inquiry will be able to take note of the contents of those statements. One of the other features of the witness statements to which we refer from those who sat on one and sometimes multiple committees is the danger of groupthink creeping in to a committee that might be in the process of advising the government. What's your view of that, and how can that be avoided?
I think that, I mean, to some extent, that depends on the chairing and the chemistry of the meeting, frankly. My experience of chairing groups of scientists is that groupthink is not something that they are particularly fond of. It is the nature of science to be asking questions, to be sceptical, and the recruitment to these committees, and I obviously know many of the individuals involved, these are very independent-minded researchers from a variety of different backgrounds. And so I think that they are more resistant to groupthink than many organisations, but it'd be naive for me to say that there isn't sometimes a danger of groupthink. But I mean, the best protection against groupthink is to have a culture where people can say what they think, that challenge is welcomed, and that your customer, the government department, whichever it is, welcomes challenge. That isn't always the case.
Could we put on screen, please, INQ 000101646? This is the code of practice for scientific advisory committees and councils, which was updated most recently in December 2021. Just like to read this, please. Given the interconnected and complex nature of many of the topics on which SACs, that's scientific advisory committees, advise, they should operate as an interactive component of the wider science system within which they are based. A successful SAC will be one that collaborates widely to deliver advice that takes account of the wider science system and is integrated and coordinated with other parts of it. This requires SACs to build appropriate connections with the other components of the science system within their sponsoring organisations, and to develop and/or maintain relationships with stakeholders beyond their immediate network. This confirms the value of joined-up thinking, doesn't it, across the whole
absolutely.
Scientific spectrum?
And I think is a very good description of the way, in fact, most SACs do operate. And so, as part of the outside world, there are the national academies, such as the Royal Society, the Royal Academy of Engineering, and the Academy of Medical Sciences. And indeed, during the COVID pandemic, Patrick Vallance asked the Academy of Medical Sciences to produce a report on the winter, for example. And so the network of science advice, and again, I'm always using that in the broadest sense, includes academia, it includes the academies, it is quite international in its focus, and scientists can be brought in from abroad. It is a very dynamic affair. So SAGE in particular is not a static committee at all. It brings in expertise as needed. And so I think this is a good description, and I think it is the way that we try to make it work. So the word a successful SAC, I think those are the characteristics of a successful scientific advisory committee.
Do you think there is merit in the suggestion that some of these committees should have a common secretariat?
Well, I think it entirely depends on their scope and the appropriateness of that. They are within the Department of Health and Social Care. It does make sense that there is coordination between them, and I can't comment on that. But I think there is, I'm not sure there is a single answer, but when they're dealing with similar topics, then cross-membership is the other way of doing it. You don't necessarily need a common secretariat, but cross-membership can help. And that's where officials attending can be very helpful, I think.
And what about the suggestion that perhaps there should be an annual general meeting of all of these committees, or some sort of event to bring them all together?
Well, again, I think different departments will handle this in different ways. There are a series of departments that have many of these bodies. DEFRA is a department that has many advisory groups as well. And yes, it makes sense, but I don't think one size fits all.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now, please, to discuss with you, Sunak, the role of the Government Chief Scientific Advisor in relation to the national risk assessments. Yeah. You tell us at paragraph 15 in your report that during your time as the GCSA, the CCS had overall responsibility for the development of the NRA and for working with individual departments and across government as appropriate to formulate and conduct civil contingencies exercises and to provide support and logistics for COBRA, which you've already made mention of. Yeah. You were involved in the development of, I think, 2 NRAs during your time in office. Is that right?
I think mainly it was the 2016 one, actually.
Yes, all right. Well, we'll come to the 2016 NRA, and I'm going to ask you to explain certain aspects of it in a moment. But before we do that, I'd like to put on screen, please, a letter which you sent to David Cameron in October 2013. It's at INQ 000 142 113. We're going to look at 3 pieces of correspondence, this one first and then 2 later emails, just to set the scene of your involvement in this area. Thank you. Now we can see the date of this letter is the 16th of October of 2013, and it's from you to the Prime Minister, and we'll read through it together, please. You say, I welcome the 2013 National Risk Assessment and agree that the very high priority areas look correct. As such, I'm happy to recommend its approval. I commend the additional work on departmental risks that has been undertaken by departmental chief scientific advisors and the Natural Hazards Partnership to ensure that the best possible scientific evidence is used. However, I feel there are a number of actions which could further strengthen the NRA. As was discussed in Cabinet yesterday morning, I agree with Francis Maud that thorough review of the NRA for next year is necessary. The key issue is to ensure that the NRA is used and does not become a heavy document that is filed in secret filing cabinets. In particular, a good risk register should drive thinking about how risks can be prevented, mitigated, handled if they transpire, and to clear up afterwards. The NRA is used fairly effectively for the handling and clear-up, but variably to drive decisions about prevention and mitigation. Let's just pause there. So what were your concerns about the limited way in which the NRA was being utilised?
Yes. So, I mean, the first thing to say is, of course, 2013 was the year I started as GCSA, so I came into the process after it had been going for some time. But one thing I did discover was that the NRA was held at a quite highly classified level, which meant that very few people saw it. It was actually locked in departmental safes most of the time. And I felt that that wasn't the most effective way to hold a risk assessment. And secondly, and I think this is quite an important broader issue, the individual risks are held by individual government departments. The CCS has to cover the whole of government with a relatively small staff. And so most of the CCS's work was used in managing events when they happened. In other words, providing the emergency advice, the emergency operational support, and then to some extent helping with the clear-up, depending on what it is. Whereas the whole point of a risk assessment is that you ought to be able to use it to see if you can stop something happening in the first place, if it is going to happen, to mitigate it, in other words, to reduce its effects, and then also handle and clear up. And I was concerned that I didn't think there was sufficient work on the prevention and mitigation. And I would have had doubts then and now that CCS would be the body to do that. And I think it turns on broader questions of resilience that we may come back to.
Yes. Well, whilst we're on this topic, did the use of the NRA in areas of prevention and mitigation improve during your time in office, in your opinion?
I think it was a work in progress, and I think it's still a work in progress, because it raises, there are some very fundamental questions about who pays, which again we may come on to. I could expand on that now or later.
Perhaps it might be appropriate for you to do that now.
Okay. It comes to the challenge that, firstly, most risks cover a number of government departments. It's very rare for them to be confined to one government department. And one of the clear issues in relation to the coronavirus pandemic is the strength of public health. And I would argue, and again, this is really from my professional knowledge rather than qua government chief scientific advisor, that the challenge for public health is always that the urgent is the enemy of the important. So a department that is faced with waiting lists for a hospital, for example, inevitably is going to be under pressure to solve that, rather than taking on the long-term public health issues, which actually will prevent people getting into trouble later in life. And so the question, I think, always is who pays for the insurance policy? In the case of flooding, it's fine to manage the flood when it happens, but who is actually going to pay for the flood prevention? And if you look across the whole of government, there are so many areas of national resilience that it ultimately is a political decision to decide how much to invest in preparation for events that are going to happen in the future. Climate change is another example of that.
Or prevention of known risks.
Prevention of
known risks.
Known risks, yes. So I think that by devolving the budgets to individual government departments, they are always under pressure to deal with the immediate rather than the
what
future.
Might be coming down the line.
And so I think a really important question when we're thinking about national resilience is that it does need to be looked at as a whole cross-government issue. And I think Oliver Letwin yesterday was talking about having a senior minister responsible for it. That obviously is a matter for government.
Is that something that you would support?
It is something I would support. And in fact, I had the pleasure of working reasonably closely with Oliver Letwin when he was the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. And the other issue is the issue of cascading risks, which is that when one thing goes wrong, other things go wrong as well. So again, to give an example which is not from health, when there were the floods in around 2013 in the southwest, the weakness of the transport links to Devon and Cornwall were exposed when part of the embankment went at Dawlish. And so one event can cascade into another, and a pandemic that was even more serious than the COVID-19 pandemic could well have caused work absenteeism and collapse of national infrastructure. And a good example of that is that imagine the pandemic if the internet had broken down, if transport lines had broken and we wouldn't even get food. And so as modern societies have become more efficient, they have actually become less resilient and are dependent on just-in-time supply lines. And so you really do need to take a cross-government view. And I think that one of the important lessons of this pandemic is that we need to take a much more serious look at risks through the lens of resilience. And again, sort of to extend that a bit further, Ukraine has taught us the risks in terms of supply lines around grains and inert gases, for example, which are important for the lasers that make semiconductors. So one's got to look at resilience at a cross-government level.
Yes.
And I don't think that that has been happening sufficiently. And if I may one more comment at this point, which may or may not have come up a bit later. My sense when I arrived was that the Civil Contingency Secretariat and a lot of the work around the risk assessment came from the world of human threats as opposed to national hazards. And so many of the staff of the CCS would have had security-type backgrounds. And I think there was much more of a focus, and Catherine Hammond in her evidence, I think, made this point herself, probably more focus on threats, malicious threats, than on natural hazards. And I think that's quite an important issue.
Yes, thank you. Let's return for a moment to the letter, please, and look at the second bullet point on the page, where you say to the Prime Minister, I think that the NRA could also be used more effectively to prepare for the handling of emergencies as they arise. Indeed, I have been working closely with the Cabinet Office to ensure scientific scrutiny of key risks. As part of this work, I have requested that scientific briefing papers are created for each of the very high priority risks. Considerable work has already been done in creating these for both T44 and H23. Is H23 the pandemic?
Yes, T stands for threats and H for hazards,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
One of each. Although a number of duplicate risks have been removed from this year's NRA, I believe more could be done to reduce the overall number of risks. Whilst I am content for risks to be moved across from the NRA to the NSRA, continued scientific review of these should be conducted. What was your concern there, Sir Mark?
I think it's a sort of, my concern was over signal-to-noise ratio, if I can put it that way, which is that there were enormous number of lists. The NRA and the NSRA have now been merged, actually. Yes. The NSRA was looking to take a global and international view of the security risks in particular, with the NRA was more local. So there was some level of duplication there. But I think that there is a corollary of this, which is that the risks come across as being very granular. And that's an issue that you've already spoken to a number of witnesses about, which is, in the case of hazards, there are many scenarios. And so looking at risks through the lens of scenarios is an important way of doing it. In other words, rather than saying the pandemic is influenza, there are a number of possible pandemics, and one needs to brainstorm each of those. And that applies to almost every risk and hazard, actually, which is that earthquakes come in many forms, volcanoes might come in many forms, from ones that emit clouds of ash to ones that emit vast amounts of sulfur dioxide. And so almost any risk you look at needs to be looked at through a whole variety of scenarios.
Multiple scenarios.
Multiple scenarios, yes. Recognizing, and this is probably more so with the case of pandemics than anything else, that it is almost impossible to predict what the next pandemic will be. With the one qualification that we know that the influenza is the pandemic that keeps coming back.
All right. Well, we're going to turn very shortly to look at the national risk assessments and how those worked in practice. But before we do, and before we leave this letter, I'd just like to highlight the final paragraph, because it touches upon something that you've already begun to tell us about this morning, Sir Mark. It would be helpful for future iterations to have a behavioural science viewpoint, for example, how people react in the event of an evacuation, or how first responders react in an emergency situation. Now, just to remind ourselves, this letter was written by you in October of 2013, as you have explained, as you were coming into post. Is this aspect of behavioural science as an important consideration in terms of risk assessment, something which you saw developing during your time in office? Is it something that has yet really to be taken seriously?
I think it's taken seriously, and I think it was taken seriously then, but it is very protean in its nature. And I think that in the areas that I was involved, then there's no doubt that behavioural science did continue to develop and did make a difference. And the example which is cited quite often was the Ebola pandemic. Epidemic. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Ebola epidemic, where behavioural science was extremely important in understanding the mode of transmission at funerals in West Africa. And we had an expert anthropologist advising us on SAGE, who actually helped operationally in the end, because it turned out that burial in West Africa, respect is shown to the corpse by touching. And sadly, in Ebola, which is transmitted by touch,
Yes.
People are most infectious as they're dying and just after they've died. And in fact, the higher the status of the corpse, the more people touch them. And of course, the simple answer was to say, well, you must just stop touching them. But this was a culturally deeply sensitive issue, and so anthropology was very helpful. It's a rather detailed example, but it just shows how important it is. And there are, many examples where it's important to understand behaviours. For example, telling people not to panic buy, the rational response is to go and panic buy. So understanding behavioural science is quite important.
And here you were inviting a viewpoint of behavioural science to be included in the NRA assessments.
Yeah.
Did that in fact happen?
Well, the NRA assessments were still, it was quite a thick document, probably not to the extent that ultimately we need.
All right, thank you. Can we take that down, please, and replace it with an email which you sent to Julian Miller in the Cabinet Office in June of 2014? It's at INQ 000142145. Thank you. And if we could scroll down, please, to the paragraph which begins, I remain of the opinion, and read through that. Here you are saying to Mr. Miller, I remain of the opinion, however, that response and recovery is only part of the benefit of a successful risk management. It is surely as important to be proactive in taking steps to prevent events from happening in the first place, or if that isn't possible, to take steps to mitigate against their effects. As such, I'm keen for us to explore how government could use the NSRA and indeed the NRA, they were separate at the time, most effectively to avoid and mitigate against specific risks. CPNI, what is that a reference to?
What's that acronym for? Centre for Protection of National Infrastructure, I think.
Thank you.
If I'm wrong, we'll correct it afterwards.
Right. I'm glad that you struggle as much as we do, perhaps not quite as much. And CPNI do this for the range of threats to the UK's infrastructure by developing a detailed understanding of the impacts of such events, which leads to evidence-based approaches to tackling them. They then work with the owners and operators of the UK's national infrastructure to provide appropriate tailored advice. I would like to see how this approach might be widened to cover natural hazards as well. So here you were, Sir Mark, following year, in June of 2014, again expressing your view that there needed to be more proactivity around taking steps to prevent events from happening, and that wasn't, in your view, being given sufficient attention.
Yes, I mean, I think that takes me back to the point I made about public health, which is that in the case of the approach to a pandemic, and again, this is me speaking really with my medical background, as it were, and scientific background. There are two things you can do. You can firstly try and identify the hazards in the earliest opportunity. In other words, have global screening for emerging infections, proper transparency and data sharing. You can be proactive in developing vaccines that might be relevant. But the other thing you can do is reduce the vulnerability of the population.
Right.
Because a risk is basically a combination of the hazard itself, the exposure to the hazard, and the vulnerability of people to the hazard. So risk is a sort of multiple of those three things.
So if the state of health is poor,
so if the state of health is poor, you're going to do less well. That may well be why the vulnerability to the influenza pandemic at the end of the First World War with the H1N1 flu virus killed millions of people, whereas a very similar virus in 2009 caused, fortunately, rather smaller numbers of deaths.
Thank you. Thank you. We can take that down, please, and replace it with the final piece of correspondence, which was a letter from you to Felicity Oswald-Nichols in the CCS in October of 2014. So 3 months later. And can we please scroll down? Thank you. At the middle paragraph, beginning secondly, middle bullet point, you see you say here, secondly, I think there are 4 reasons to have a risk assessment: to prevent the risk, to mitigate the risk, to respond to it, and to recover. The response and recovery have been addressed in your work to date. However, I think we need to actively look at what the government can do to avoid and mitigate against risks. This remains an outstanding issue, and I would like to see this tackled more effectively in the coming months. So here you are raising the issue again several months later with the Civil Contingencies Secretariat.
Yes, I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, aren't I? Yes, I mean, I think that the UK has a strong risk register, so I think we have to start from the premise that actually it's not every government does have. But I think it is really important to use it as well as possible, and I think it is a work in progress. So I think it would be unreasonable to expect all these problems to have been solved in a very short period, but I think it's important to keep people in mind of this, and it is, again, the challenge of the urgent over the important.
Thank you. We can take that down, please. And let's then go to the National Risk Assessment of 2016, which was which had your involvement.
Yeah.
Let's put up, please, INQ 000147769. Thank you very much. You're ahead of me. This is the first page. We can just confirm that this is the right National Risk
correct.
Assessment. Can we go to page 47, please? Now, as that's being done, Sir Mark, just to confirm what the inquiry has already heard, that the National Risk Assessment is a medium-term planning tool for civil emergency plans affecting the UK over the next 5 years or so, and it should be handled consistently. It should be evidence-based, and it's dealt with on the basis of a reasonable worst-case scenario, which is an illustration of examples of the worst plausible manifestation of whatever the risk or hazard that's being considered. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the page dealing with pandemic influenza. We can see that in the top left-hand corner. And we can see that the graph at the top right-hand corner, which the inquiry has already seen, I think Sir Christopher Wormold was taken through this by Mr. Keith a couple of days ago, has 2 axes: impact running vertically and likelihood and plausibility running horizontally. Now, in terms of pandemic influenza, we can see that in 2016, the assessment was that it posed a very high risk. And we know that because we can see the words very high in the top left box, and we can see that the star indicating its position on this graph is at the top, aligned with catastrophic impact and medium to high likelihood or plausibility, with an arrow going in a downwards direction. Can you explain to us, please, what that represents?
Well, I mean, that actually is the range. In other words, the range of the assessment is that there was a medium to high likelihood that there would be a pandemic of influenza in this case, and that it could range between, significant to catastrophic.
Right. Can we scroll out, please, and move further down the page and look at the main box under outcome description, because we can see there that this assessment is based on a worldwide outbreak of influenza occurring when a novel flu virus emerges with sustained human-to-human transmission. And it's on the basis that up to 50% of the population may experience symptoms, which could lead to up to 750,000 fatalities in total in the UK. Absenteeism would be significant and could reach 20% for 2 to 3 weeks at the height of the pandemic, either because people are personally ill or caring for someone who is ill, causing significant impact on business continuity. Each pandemic is different, and the nature of the virus and its impacts cannot be known in detail in advance. Now, just pausing there, that's something to which you've already made reference, the fact that nobody really knows the precise details of the pandemic that will hit. But these figures and these assessments are based upon a reasonable worst-case scenario. Is that right?
Yes. There is an unreasonable worst-case scenario as well. In other words, where there could be several times more that number of fatalities.
Yes.
And so there are. I mean, one of the big issues here is the sort of slight hubris that humans can always beat nature. And a ghastly pandemic could kill an awful lot of people.
Yes.
This was a working model, but, one shouldn't place any precision around the numbers.
This is an unmitigated situation, though, isn't it? So this doesn't take into account.
No, this is not unmitigated. I mean, this is an example of a very severe influenza pandemic, which could cause 750,000 fatalities.
Yes. You've mentioned Sir Oliver Letwin's evidence to the inquiry yesterday, in which he warned against the danger of concentrating too much, perhaps, on the likelihood of a scenario happening. And in his view, what was important was not to ignore those black swan events where the likelihood might be very low or lowish, but the impact, if an event like that hits, would be catastrophic, would be overwhelming. What do you say about that?
I agree with him, actually. And I think that sentence you read, each pandemic is different.
Yes.
And the nature of the virus and its impacts cannot be known in detail in advance. And I think that where this would have been better described would be, rather than focusing solely on influenza, it ought to have recognised the fact that pandemics come in many different forms. And as I think probably as Chris Whitty will tell you, because he's written on the different infections are transmitted in different ways. And so the pandemic depends on the nature of the transmission, it depends on the nature of the organism. There are infinite variables, effectively.
All right. Based on understanding of previous pandemics, a pandemic is likely to occur in one or more waves, possibly weeks and months apart, and that each wave may last between 12 to 15 weeks. What do you say of the view that's been expressed that really this reasonable worst case scenario was somewhat out of date because it was based mainly upon what happened in the 1918 flu outbreak?
No, I don't think so. It's the nature of flu that it is constantly. It has a particular capacity to evolve because flu you find in 3 species, in humans, in pigs, and in birds. And it has a particular genome which is divided into pieces, which means it can shuffle its genome relatively straightforwardly. And so I think that was a perfectly plausible planning scenario. But anything like that is, as it were, making projections, or not really predictions for the future. The retrospectoscope is a 100% accurate instrument, and so governments are always best prepared for the last event. But this is a perfectly plausible scenario.
All right. Reading on, all ages may be affected, but we cannot know until the virus emerges which groups will be most at risk.
Correct.
There is no known evidence of association between the rate of transmissibility and severity of infection, meaning it is possible that a new influenza virus could be both highly transmissible and cause severe symptoms. That would be the worst case scenario, would it not?
Because yes, and in the rare cases where humans have caught avian influenza, it has been a highly lethal infection. Fortunately, it hasn't developed into a pandemic, but there are reasons to be concerned.
Pandemics significantly more serious than the RWCS, reasonable worst case scenario, are therefore possible. And the impact of the countermeasures in any given pandemic is difficult to predict, as it will depend on the nature of the virus, and the reasonable worst case scenario assumes countermeasures are not effective. So that's what I was referring to before when I indicated that this was a reasonable worst-case scenario in an unmitigated circumstances.
Yes. I mean, the difference between influenza and the SARS-CoV-2 virus is that there are established vaccines for influenza, though they would not work for a new pandemic strain, but they might provide some level of protection. And antivirals have been developed, although there is always a risk of mutation in the virus which will allow it to escape an antiviral drug pretty easily, actually. So I think that this was a perfectly reasonable worst-case scenario, but it was one of about 500 worst-case scenarios that could be written.
All right. Before we leave this page, could we just scroll down to the next paragraph, please? Confidence levels. High confidence, we can see that at the top of the zoomed page. High confidence in the overall assessment based on a large body of knowledge of the issue and includes evidence of a high quality informed by consistent, relevant expert judgments. What does that refer to, please?
Well, I think if you like, the what we know about pandemic infections justifies a description of a scenario such as that.
Right. Pandemic influenza infections or pandemic infections?
Both.
Right. Well, let's take that down, please. And just before we break, can we go to Annex A of the 2016 NRA at INQ 000176770? Now, this relates to the same risk. It's pandemic influenza, but this, lying as it does in Annex A, provides a greater level of information about the way in which this risk has been assessed. So can we scroll down, please? Thank you. And look at the paragraph specific assumptions at the bottom of the page. Thank you. Here we see the reasonable worst-case scenario is based upon the experience and mathematical analysis of influenza pandemics in the 20th and 21st century. The specific assumptions of the scenario are, and then if we can scroll down to get those on the page, please. We don't need to go through them in detail, but can you confirm, please, Sir Mark, that this is the calculation, these are the matters that go into performing and making the reasonable worst-case scenario?
Yes.
Just below the bullet points, we see this. While combining these figures can be misleading and there is unlikely to be both high-end illness and death rates resulting in around 750,000 deaths, this is the advised reasonable worst case for guiding planning nationally, and the figure has been recommended by the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Subgroup on Modelling, SPI-M. Are you able to help us with this, please, Sir Mark? What is the process by which SPI-M would calculate the figures and then feed them through for this reasonable worst-case scenario to be calculated? How practically does that happen?
I think that I'm probably not the right person to answer that question, because I know what's happened recently, which is that certainly during coronavirus, the SAGE and the government were not reliant on a single modelling subgroup. In other words, there were groups of modellers in different universities who were acting independently to reach the figure. What I cannot tell you for this, whether this was done as one modelling group or a lot of modellers.
Right.
So I'm afraid I think that's a question for others. But I mean, the principles of mathematical modelling is that you take those parameters and you use them to make a projection.
Yes. Thank you. Well, we'll leave it there, I think, and if we need to, we can ask another witness to expand on that, my lady. Is that a convenient time to break?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Ms. Blackwell. I shall return at 11:25.
Thank you.
Sorry about the slight delay in restarting.
Not at all, my lady. Please could we have on screen IMQ 000147769 and go to page 48, please. And could we zoom in on the top part of the page? This is the equivalent page for emerging infectious diseases. And on the right-hand side, using the same axes on the table, we can see that emerging infectious diseases are placed by a star at moderate impact and medium to high likelihood or plausibility, with an arrow showing an upper range and an arrow showing a lower range in the column of medium likelihood or plausibility.
Yes, I mean, what this reflects is a high degree of uncertainty.
Right, oh, right. Well,
So an emerging infectious disease might turn out to be, effectively a damp squib and not much happen, or it could, and MERS is actually a very good example, cause a very significant event in Korea, for example. And the fact that it got to Korea, it could have got to anywhere. And there was an outbreak there that caused, I think, 38 deaths, and there were about 153 cases, showing how dangerous an infection it is. So the answer is that there are many infectious diseases that emerge, and ultimately they can turn into pandemics, as we saw with SARS-CoV-2.
could we zoom out, please, and look at the confidence levels, which are just below the midpoint on the page? Reflecting on what you've just said, I think, Sir Mark, low confidence in the overall assessment based on a relatively small body of knowledge of the issue and includes relevant evidence and somewhat consistent, relevant expert judgments. Are you able to explain to us, Sir Mark, why the confidence level in relation to pandemic influenza was high, but the confidence level in relation to emerging infectious diseases is low?
Well, so I'll deal with the latter first, which is that there are so many different emerging infections with different transmission pathways, different clinical effects, different severity, that the small body of knowledge is not because people are sort of foolish or ignorant about it. It's just simply these things have not existed before, and therefore no one knows about them until they come out. And the amazing power of modern science means that we are able to characterize the genome of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in a matter of weeks, whereas it took 15 years in the 1918 pandemic to discover what the agent that caused influenza was, the virus. It was mistakenly thought to be caused by a bacterium. Excuse me, a bacterium at the time. Excuse me, and if you like, I think sorry, I'll drink water.
Yes, please take your time.
The higher confidence in the influenza is that it was looking at a pandemic where you could be confident that if it turns into a pandemic, it would have a catastrophic impact. And so one of these emerging infectious diseases, when it turns into a pandemic, as it were, flips the page back to the previous one, the pandemic risk.
So the level of variability, if you like, leads to the confidence being lower.
Yes, exactly. The uncertainty is much higher.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We can take that down now. And please could we replace it with the Royal Academy of Engineering review and the scenarios at paragraph 2.1, which we can see at INQ 000068403. Just to put this in context, this was a review which we can see into the external, it was an external review, sorry, of the National Security Risk Assessment methodology conducted recently. And if we can go to page 16 and have a look at paragraph 2.1. Under scenario design, could we highlight that paragraph, please? So the Royal Academy of Engineering looked into the methodology of the NSRA system and, amongst other matters, raised the following questions. What are alternative approaches to the reasonable worst-case scenario? What would be their added value in comparison to the reasonable worst-case scenario? How are reasonable worst-case scenarios or other types of scenarios defined? How can consistency be ensured across a wide variety of different risks, both malicious and non-malicious, chronic and acute, domestic and international? And then this, should the NSRA focus on a single reasonable worst-case scenario, or should it plan for more generic or multiple scenarios per risk? For example, pandemic influenza versus multiple pandemic scenarios? And should different risks be grouped together and only the reasonable worst-case scenarios be presented? For example, pandemic and animal disease. What is your view, Sir Mark, on whether or not there should be a more generic or multiple scenario approach to risk planning?
Well, I tackled this to some extent in my witness statement, actually,
Yes.
which is that I think that a scenario-based approach is a much better approach.
Why?
Because I think because it enables you to encompass more variability where there is variability.
Yeah.
So, as it were, a single person with a gun is fairly easy to define, but the huge variability of the natural world and the hazards that we face means that you can only, I think, best think about it through a range of scenarios.
Right.
And if I may, I think it also turns on exercising as well, which is that the opportunity and real costs of one of the major national exercises is absolutely huge, which means that you can't do them very often. And so you end up putting an enormous amount of effort into one particular scenario. Whereas if you actually, at a smaller scale, do lots of expert assessments, tabletop exercises, exploring a range of scenarios, then I think that's a much more practical approach to the complexity that the natural world throws at us.
This suggestion, with which you agree, is set out in this report, which has been commissioned in recent times. Yeah. Are you able to help the inquiry with why this issue had not been considered and grappled with back in 2016 or 2017 or 2019?
I think that organisations go through continuous improvement, and I think this is part of the same thing. I don't think anything should stay still. Should it have happened some time ago? Yes, probably. But the answer is that it's better late than never, and I think that one learns lessons continuously, which is why this inquiry is so important, if I may.
At paragraph 78 in your report, you say this: a key question in relation to pandemic preparedness is whether the United Kingdom was too distracted by the risk of an influenza pandemic to properly prepare for a pandemic caused by another microorganism. I do not think that this was the case during my time at the GCSA.
So I think that I want to distinguish two things. I think scientifically, the country was quite prepared then in the sense that it was recognised. I think operational preparedness is another matter, and I think it's clear that we were not operationally prepared, and I say that later in my witness statement, actually.
Could we go on to discuss that, please? What do you mean by not being operationally prepared?
Well, it goes back to the discussion that we had earlier about public health.
Yes.
And I think that a focus in richer countries moved away from infectious diseases after the Second World War, good public health, and with the rise of chronic inflammatory diseases, cardiac disease, hypertension, diabetes, there was much more of a focus on those and away from infection. But I think also, and I referred in my witness statement to a paper written by Dr. Klaas Kirchell
Yes.
who wrote a very interesting history comparing public health in the USA, the UK and Germany going right back to 1900.
I think you know as well, don't you, Sunak?
He is an expert now. Yes, so he has been appointed. But I think that was a powerful analysis. And I think if you look at the history of public health, there has been a long-standing decline in our capacity to fight infectious disease going back 40 or 50 years or more.
How has that happened?
Well, those are ultimately political decisions about the allocation of resources.
Right.
And it goes back to the fact that the National Health Service is, to a significant extent, the National Disease Service. It is pressured, it is treating people who are ill now. And so there has been a move away from public health. And I think if you go back to the 19th century, every part of the country had a medical officer of health, and every year they would write an annual report on the health of their local communities, very largely focused on infection in those days. And part of the control of infection is to have an effective distributed system for testing, tracing, and where appropriately isolating capability over a very prolonged period. And as just one concrete example, but there are many, the public health laboratory system, which was a distributed system. And I should say again, I'm saying this really from my professional knowledge, and I should also say that I am not actually a public health physician by training. I'm an immunologist, rheumatologist. But nevertheless, that distributed capacity for testing for disease had largely been lost, and the closure of the public health laboratories in about 2003 and 4 was just one step on the way.
Well, I'd like to take up that point, please, because in paragraph 129 of your report, you provide some facts and figures. You say that 13 of the 69 public health laboratories were closed over a period of time, and a central laboratory of communicable disease surveillance was created at Colindale, which led, in your view, to a decline in the perceived importance of the locally based surveillance laboratories. Is that right?
It is, but I, as I say in my witness statement, this section of the report was heavily dependent on Dr. Kirchell, so you have him as your advisor.
What about the fact that the Public Health Laboratory Service was merged with the NHS local microbiology services? What effect did that have?
Well, I think, again, it took them away from a sort of broader surveillance into dealing with the everyday needs of the district hospitals, which, these aren't either or things. We need both.
Right, thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions now about the biosecurity strategy, how that came into being, and how that assists in this area of risk assessment and planning.
Yes. One of the groups that I chaired when I was the Government Chief Scientific Advisor was a rather obscure committee with the name of NSCOS&T, which stands for National Security Council Officers, Science and Technology. And to some extent it reflects my concern that I raised earlier, that an awful lot of the focus of the work on national resilience was on malicious threats rather than natural hazards. But one thing that was apparent was that biological threats come from different sources and with the responsibilities of different parts of government. So there are animal diseases, which were very much the responsibility of DEFRA. There were the threats from natural infections of humans, which were very much the responsibility of Department of Health and Social Care and its associated bodies. And then there was malicious biological threats as well, where the Home Office had quite an important role. And increasingly in the world of health, people are taking a One Health view, which is actually to say that different species, we are intimately interrelated to each other. So each human, as an example, carries 1 kilogram of bacteria as our microbiome, mainly in our gut. And so we are, sorry about that. And plants and animals. And so looking at particularly infectious diseases without looking across the whole of biology and different species doesn't make much sense. And so we needed an integrated strategy. And that was started as a result of the work of, it came from NSC, OS&T. The work was led initially by the Home Office, and it started in 2015. In 2018, the Biological Security Strategy was published for the first time, and it has literally just in the last month or two been updated. So that is the origin of that. Right. And it was an example of trying to take an integrated approach to natural hazards, but also threats in the case of, because biological agents can be used for malicious purposes as well.
And is
it was about integrating them.
Thank you. Is the strategy overseen by the Government Chief Scientific Advisor?
I can't tell you the answer to that now, I'm afraid. It was initiated that way, but the strategy was not owned by, I mean, again, it comes back to the fact that it's government departments that had to own it, so this was owned jointly across government.
Yes, all right, thank you. The next topic, please, the SAGE Science Guidance Paper. I just want to touch upon this, please, and could we please put up INQ 000 142139 and turn to page 8. Can you explain to us, please, Sir Mark, what the SAGE Science Guidance Paper is?
So this was commissioned as... the challenge for SAGE is, do you start from a blank sheet of paper, which is what was pretty much happening when I started. And it seemed to make sense to me that we should actually try and get some guidelines for SAGE so that we could kick off with not a detailed plan, but with an idea of the questions that might be important. And these were commissioned. And this was one of those.
So a guidance document here for the members of SAGE when they are going about
when they're starting their
hazard
work.
assessment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we look at the bottom part of the page and the table, can you explain to us what we have on the left-hand side in conjunction with the right-hand side, please?
So the left-hand side is that there is an emerging disease of some kind, and the government is requesting scientific advice on it. So it sets out the key questions. What do we know about the disease and the microbe that causes it? Do we know whether it kills people? What's the nature of the illness? Do we know what the microbe is? Do we know how it's transmitted? I could read through it all.
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side, key questions for SAGE are, how can we answer these questions? What do we need to know in order to generate the answers?
And in order to get the best out of SAGE, you would envisage, as you've described before, that ideally there would be an interconnection, there would be a conversation, a two-way street,
Absolutely.
as you've described it, between COBRA on one side and SAGE on the other.
Yes, well, I mean, the job of SAGE is to the job of SAGE is to advise the Government Chief Scientific Advisor plus or minus a relevant CSA, in this case the CMO and the CSA in health, and they go from SAGE to provide the advice at COBRA. And so the right-hand side is these are the questions for the scientific group.
How are the members of SAGE expected to utilise this guidance?
Well, these are the questions that the first meeting of SAGE would be, these are the questions we've been asked, these are the things that we need to know. Can you help? You know, what is your advice as experts in the area? And they get fed data as it comes in as well, because again, it's one of the strengths of the system, actually, that the Department of, the NHS and DHSC have protocols, for example, for the first 100 patients with a new disease. And so there are ways of discovering quickly the answers to these questions. Right. Some of them are harder than others.
Thank you. We can take that down now. I want to finally ask you, please, Sunak, about your views on the need for a national resilience assessment to act as a basis for resilience planning. At paragraph 117 in your report to us, you say, regardless of which approach government takes in the future to funding and providing national resilience, I think that there is a good case for government to create a national resilience assessment to act as a basis for resilience planning. What do you mean by that idea?
Well, I suppose stepping back, it seems to me that the prime duties of government are to look after the health, the well-being, the resilience and security of all of us, the citizens. And of course, the component of that is the strength of the economy, because if you don't have a decent economy, you can't have any of that. But the resilience is a really important lens to look at the health, well-being and security of us. And as we've discussed several times during my appearance, resilience is something that you have to look at very broadly. And so I think that at the end of the day, it's people that matter here. It's sort of, you can set up all kinds of structures, but I think it's a question for government, and it's a question, I think, for this inquiry, to decide, if it's agreed that resilience is an important way of looking at it, then it needs to be prioritised within government. And government needs to think about what are the form should follow function. So decide what the function that's sought is, and then work out a form that's going to work. Oliver Letwin suggested that there should be a minister, and that would make complete sense. And then this isn't as it were a replacement for the risk register. It's a way of looking at the risks through that lens of resilience, how the interdependence of different government departments in all of this, the fact it doesn't sit neatly into one government department. I think it applies to all areas of modern life where, as I say, I think the danger for us is that as we have become more efficient, we have become less resilient, and you can have cascading failures very, very quickly. So, for example, when a supertanker got stuck in the Suez Canal, then suddenly supply lines were disrupted, and if that had happened for any period, it would have caused major supply issues for all sorts of things. It comes on things like the dependence on semiconductors. So it's pretty all-consuming, but it clearly has a relevance for COVID-19. And if I may, I'd just like to extend it to the whole question about the inequalities in health, which have been already raised. And the challenge, so there's no question that, and you've had evidence from Michael Marmot and his colleagues as well, that the vulnerability of citizens of the UK and around the world has very much depended on their social circumstances, on how deprived they are, on black and Asian ethnic minority ethnic groups being more susceptible and more vulnerable. Now, the only thing you can do there when the pandemic arises is try and reduce transmission. Resilience is about actually providing the public health coverage to reduce that vulnerability. And it is, I think, about getting public health out into the community. So a workforce that could help in screening for hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, would then be a workforce that could be repurposed for the purposes of vaccination and all of the things, testing and things like that. So I think it is about how we look and see how we can make the population the most resilient, which will protect us against the effects of future pandemics to some extent. Despite everything we do, there is always the possibility of some devastating disease emerging, which we find we can do not much about.
But the better
but it is about being prepared.
Being prepared and being resilient for what might be coming down the line.
Absolutely.
Finally then, could I ask, please, for your comments on this document? It's the witness statement of John Swinney, INQ 000185352, and paragraph 26. Thank you. Here he says, one of the hallmarks of the operating approach of the Scottish Government during the period of scrutiny in this module was to engage widely with other public authorities, public bodies, business and third sector organisations to create a sense of common purpose in our endeavours. This approach would involve the establishment of a range of collaborative forums in which the aspirations of ministers could be set out and practical work commissioned to try to realise these aspirations. There was also an analytical structure put in place to assess progress in achieving these aspirations through a broadly endorsed national performance framework. The National Performance Framework established an agreed set of outcomes that organisations in Scotland were working together to achieve. These included our collective aspirations for children and young people, the economy, communities, the tackling of inequalities, human rights, fair work and business, and the tackling of poverty. The fact that the National Performance Framework was valued and supported by a broad range of public, private sector organisations in Scotland helped to focus our pandemic response and assisted our efforts to be effective, for example, in addressing inequalities. This approach created a strong platform for the necessary and urgent dialogue that was required in preparing for and then ultimately managing the pandemic. I don't want to seek your views on the political aspect of what's set out there, but broadly speaking, do you approve of and support the procedure that's being described there in terms of the collection of considerations of government and also of private sector organisations?
Well, I think it's quite difficult to avoid the politics here because this is essentially a political statement. In other words, it is a statement that they have decided to operate through a widespread stakeholder consultation. And that seems a perfectly reasonable approach. But I don't think it is, in fact, science or science advice per se. So I think it is a political statement, to be honest.
All right. Well, then I won't ask anything further. We'll leave it there. Will you excuse my back, please, my lord? I'm told that there are no Rule 10 questions. And so...
And that is the right expression.
Well, no, we have had Rule 10 questions, but we haven't provided permission, or you, my lady, you haven't provided permission for them. So that, in fact, concludes the evidence of...
Thank you very much, Ms Blackwell. Thank you very much. You've been extremely helpful and very interesting. So thank you for your help.
Thank you, my lady. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I think, my lady, we're going straight into the next witness.
My lady, the next witness is the Deputy Prime Minister.
Good morning. Should I stand? I swear by Almighty God that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Deputy Prime Minister, could you please provide your name?
Yes, Oliver James Dowden.
Thank you very much for your assistance in this inquiry and for attending today. Whilst I ask you questions, could you please remember to keep your voice up so that we may have the benefit of hearing what you have to say, and also for the purposes of the stenographer's record. If I ask you a question which is not clear, feel free to ask me to repeat it. You have provided a witness statement dated and signed the 18th of April 2023. Could we have, please, on the screen 183332? Thank you very much. And page 5, the statement of truth to which you have appended your signature. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And may I begin, Mr. Keith, just by reiterating what I said at the beginning of that statement, which is to say that the COVID crisis that hit our nation was the biggest challenge we faced during peacetime, and it impacted every family in our nation. I just want to restate my deepest sympathies and condolences to all of those affected, and on behalf of the government say that we want to positively engage with this inquiry and to learn the lessons that will come out of it.
Thank you. Mr. Dowden, you have been Deputy Prime Minister since April of this year, and since February you have been the newly created Secretary of State in the Cabinet Office, and since October of last year, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. But you were not always so, because in 2018 you were appointed Parliamentary Secretary for the Cabinet Office, that is to say the Minister for Implementation. And then in July 2019 you were appointed to be Minister for the Cabinet Office and then Her Majesty's Paymaster General. And so, as Minister for Implementation and then subsequently as Minister for the Cabinet Office, in a broad sense, were the issues of cyber and resilience within your various portfolios?
Yes, that is correct.
The inquiry has noted that as Minister for Implementation, your responsibilities included cyber and resilience. Whilst you were Minister for the Cabinet Office and Her Majesty's Paymaster General, your responsibilities included resilience. And now currently as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, your responsibilities include concurrent risk and supervision and the promulgation of the resilience framework, to which we'll come back to later. The ministerial structure appears to be a little diffuse, therefore, in terms of who takes responsibility for the issue of resilience. Can you help us, please, by way of commencement, on that point?
Yes, well, perhaps if I start with the present, as it were, which is where you ended, Mr. Keith. So, as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I have responsibility for resilience, and the Prime Minister has asked me to chair the National Security Committee subcommittee on resilience. So I have oversight in that sense as well. And as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and indeed Deputy Prime Minister, I'm the lead minister in the Cabinet Office, and many of the cross-cutting and coordinating functions of government, including in respect of resilience, sit within the department for which I'm responsible. In respect of my previous ministerial roles, when I was first appointed as Minister for Implementation, as you say, that's Parliamentary Secretary, so in sort of governmental language, that's the junior minister, a junior minister in the Cabinet Office. I reported into David Liddington, who was then Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. So I had a number of specific responsibilities allocated to me, and he, in the same way that I have now, had oversight of the department. So clearly I worked closely with him on questions of resilience and cyber. I think on the point about cyber and resilience, and indeed many of the other aspects of my portfolio then and now, a lot of them sort of interlink with one another in terms of the government's cross-cutting and coordinating role through the Cabinet Office to enable resilience. So cyber resilience is an important part of resilience and in discharging duties in relation to cyber resilience and indeed wider resilience, I would draw on the government commercial function or service, and it's had different names over time, and indeed the government digital service and other aspects of the portfolio.
And in respect specifically of the differences between the portfolios held by the Minister for Implementation, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Cabinet Office, to which you were first appointed, and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, how did those various responsibilities concerning resilience differ? Was it that the Minister for the Cabinet Office was more senior, but that the Minister for the Cabinet Office and the Minister for Implementation covered broadly the same ground?
First of all, in respect of the Minister for Implementation, I was the responsible minister within a ministerial structure where I reported to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and he and I met and discussed it, and he had overall responsibility for everything within the Cabinet Office portfolio, including resilience and cyber. Then what happened when Boris Johnson became Prime Minister in, I believe it was July of 2019, he took the decision that given that we had to be prepared for the no deal, it wasn't really a contingency, it was the default of the government, given that we'd made the decision to leave and we had this deadline that was going to expire by the end of the year. If we didn't reach a deal with the European Union, we would have had no deal would have happened. So this was a major area that we had to be resilient to. So he said, look, I need the most senior minister in the Cabinet Office, who at that time was Michael Gove, to take responsibility for no deal preparedness
as Chancellor
of the Duchy of Lancaster. And I want you, Oliver, as Minister for the Cabinet Office, to have responsibility for all other areas in the Cabinet Office, which, of course, included cyber and resilience.
So from that point onwards, you took responsibility as Minister for the Cabinet Office for cyber and resilience, and you took that portfolio in effect, although perhaps not set out constitutionally in writing, from the Minister for Implementation. Well, formally, you had, as the Minister for Implementation, already been addressing the issue of cyber and resilience.
Yes, so there was a continuity in that sense of my responsibility for cyber and resilience across to being Minister for the Cabinet Office. Clearly, my role also expanded in respect to the other ministerial duties which are set out in some of the documentation that the inquiry has. The only small caveat I would add to that is that resilience, and it was the most significant resilience risk we faced at that moment in respect of no deal Brexit, sat with Michael Gove as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
All right, thank you. You made reference a few moments ago to a subcommittee, the National Security Council Subcommittee on Resilience. Is that a reformed version of what was formerly the National Security Council Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Committee, which, to use a phrase utilised by Miss Catherine Hammond last week, came out of the committee structure? Is it a reformed version of that committee, or is it the same committee? Do you know?
Well, it shares some characteristics of the previous. I believe the shorthand of it is Throok committee. In the sense, so what is different between the NSCR and Throok is that the NSCR seeks to take a more upstream view of risks and resilience and look at strategies to stop risks materialising in the first place. So, for example, we considered in a recent meeting the biosecurity strategy. So it takes sort of more strategic view in that sense. It does have the capability to make cross-governmental decisions in respect of specific risks and resilience, and so has that in common with Throok. So it shares some of the characteristics of it, but it is wider in the way that I described.
All right. And is that the biosecurity strategy that was, I think, published by the government last Monday?
That's correct, yes.
All right. May I then ask you to give us a broad description of the nature of your functions when you first became Minister for Implementation, with particular reference, of course, to resilience. You were responsible, were you not, for the Civil Contingency Secretariat, that part of the Cabinet Office that was concerned with emergency preparedness, resilience and response. You presumably were responsible for coordinating through your ministerial position EPRR, Emergency Preparedness, Response and Resilience, across government, the working with other government departments that the Cabinet Office was centrally concerned with, the liaison through the Cabinet Office with the devolved administrations and local responders, and the policy and the guidance, as well as the strategizing, of which we've heard a great deal from earlier witnesses. So the Minister for Implementation was responsible through the Cabinet Office for those broad areas concerning resilience. Is that broadly correct?
Yes, that's broadly correct, subject to 2 points. First of all, I know that the inquiry has discussed this extensively, but just as a reminder from my perspective, this was in the context of the lead government department model. That is to say, each of the 90-odd risks that were identified in the NRSA and the precursor documents and the successor documents were allocated to individual government departments. The job of the Cabinet Office, and as is the case in many other areas, was coordination and facilitation and ensuring the bits of government stitched together to ensure that that happened. The second thing is, again, further to what I said initially, that was in the structure where the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster had overall responsibility for the Cabinet Office, and I reported into him.
Yes, indeed. And so the Cabinet Office had no operational responsibility in the field of resilience and emergency preparedness. Its primary function was to set the broad direction, to deal with the strategy, the policy guidance, and this crucial liaison between the various moving parts of the government, the lead government department, other government departments, devolved administrations, local responders, and so on.
Yes, that's correct, and that is a sort of typical role of the Cabinet Office in many different areas, and it was replicated in the resilience function as well.
In your witness statement, you say that you were briefed that major programmes of work were underway to improve readiness across government for an influenza pandemic, and that you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic. May we presume that those briefings came from the Cabinet Office by virtue of your role initially as Minister for Implementation and then subsequently as a Cabinet Office Minister?
Yes, that's correct. So in common, when most ministers take up a new portfolio, I sought briefing across all the areas for which I was responsible, which included resilience. As I said, there's sort of 90-odd resilience risks identified in the NRSA. I should say, in addition to that, there are many other areas of resilience that are not actually included within that document, whether it's sort of resilience in terms of cross-channel strikes or all the other sort of things that government has to deal with. And clearly, as part of that, I'm sure I know the inquiry is familiar with the way the risk matrix works, which is that we assess both likelihood and impact, and given that a pandemic flu consistently sat up in the top right-hand corner, that was something that I took an interest in along with other risks, and so I asked for further specific briefing on that, received that briefing, and indeed throughout my time as a minister received further briefings, all of which were consistent with advice that we were broadly in a pretty strong state of preparedness. I relied, for example, on the international surveys. Now, I know there has been questions and criticisms about how those worked, but those were things that gave me assurance. And indeed, there were, throughout my time in office, I received further piece of information and briefing which reinforced that general picture.
Deputy Prime Minister, to what extent, when a minister receives briefings, do the briefings descend into the specifics and the detail? You referred to your understanding of the risk assessment process, for example. Presumably, the briefings would have covered areas such as the risk assessment process, the the workings of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, which was co-chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, the exercises, the major exercises which were being carried out by the Cabinet Office, for example, Exercise Cygnus in 2016 and its aftermath, and perhaps the workings, the most important workings of the DHSC in relation to pandemic preparedness, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Programme, the PIP programme. Is that broadly correct, that you would have been aware of the broad nature of the pillars of the government's approach to pandemic preparedness, but not perhaps the detail at a lower level?
Well, first of all, it would depend on the stage at which I was a minister. So when I was first appointed as the minister, I was told in broad terms, this is the resilience architecture. So we have the NRSA, we have the civil contingencies secretariat which sits within the department. We have the lead government department model. So, for example, in relation to terrorism risks, those are held by the Home Office and the Home Secretary in respect of health and biosecurity risks. Broadly, those were held by the Department of Health. I would then, through a process of iteration, ask further questions about specific areas within that. And then subsequently, during my time in office, as issues arose, I would receive further briefing, either because there was a decision that had to be made, so I had to agree and scrutinise and sign off a particular document or piece of cross-government working, or because there was something that was coming sort of up as something that was moving from risk to something that may materialise. So, for example, Ebola was an example of something that we looked at during that time. There were many other examples, and of course, across the wider resilience, there was, as is the case most winters, there's flooding, there's occasional storms, there's all those sort of things that require a degree of cross-government coordination. And a lot of what you do as the Minister for the Cabinet Office or a Minister in the Cabinet Office is you kind of just, you need to know when something remains with the lead government department, or if you often find a lead government department will come to you and say, we need some help with some cross-government work, and you kind of support in that way, or make a decision whether that was appropriate for us or something that would vest with the lead government department.
And so as a minister, you're plainly dependent on anticipated risks and issues and problems being brought to your attention. I mean, you can't be responsible, of course, for every aspect of your department's operation. You won't know what all the correspondence amounts to. You are dependent on the system bringing matters which require ministerial input to your attention.
Yes, but that's not to say that a minister is entirely passive in this situation. One sits there and waits for officials to bring stuff to one's desk. I was very much engaged, and I know most ministers are, for want of a better word, in the wider sort of civic society in respect of that. So, just to give you some examples, frequently there'd be questions asked in Parliament, whether those were written or oral questions. There'd be select committee reports produced. There'd be independent bodies that produce reports. The media, of course, would report on these things from time to time. So I would frequently pick up, I would either have those things put in my box so I would see them, or I would independently pick them up, and I would walk into my private office in the morning or after the weekend with a list of things that had come to my attention that I wanted to receive a further briefing on. So it was more of a sort of interactive process. But remember, my responsibility as a minister was to drive the overall direction of the department. I'm not personally an expert in the details of any of the individual risks. My job is to ensure that the department moves in the right direction, is directed in the correct way, and working closely with the Prime Minister and others to ensure that the priorities of the department and the conduct of government reflects the priorities of the government as a whole.
Malidi had evidence from sort of a Letwin. You may have seen the evidence, I don't know, but he gave evidence about how, when he was appointed as a minister, he threw himself personally into one or two aspects or a number of aspects of his department. on account of his concern about whether or not there were issues that were required to be attended to. And he called for specific reviews of a number of areas, departmental areas, and carried out himself personally some of those reviews. Given the sheer number of obligations within the portfolio of the Minister for Implementation and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, were you ever able to throw yourself personally into that sort of review of the field of civil contingencies?
Yes. So almost immediately after I was appointed as Minister of Implementation, Carillion, a major government supplier, essentially went bankrupt. So there were immediate challenges for me, and I tended to lead on it, working with the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster to ensure that we were resilient and we responded to the collapse of this major government supplier, essentially to ensure that there was a continuity of delivery of public services across the board. But also, I was very mindful of the resilience of the remaining providers, because I won't quote Lady Bracknell, but we didn't want to lose another one. Let's put it that way. So I spent a lot of time working with officials, both on the resilience to ensure that if we lost another one, we would be resilient to it, but also with each of those strategic suppliers to understand pretty much on a daily and then latterly a weekly basis the financial position of those strategic suppliers. So I had a strong insight as to what the risk landscape looked like. And then off the back of that, I instituted, with the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster, a programme of reform of government procurement and the approach that we took to our major strategic suppliers. So, and there are other examples like that.
What about in relation to health resilience or pandemic planning? So the particular field with which, of course, this inquiry is concerned.
There wasn't the sort of activity that I've described in respect of Carillion. It was the case, though, two things. First of all, and I hope that the documents that the inquiry has demonstrated, I was reassured on a number of occasions, and I know this is subject to a subsequent debate by the inquiry, and we can go over it in hindsight, but I was assured that we're in a strong state of resilience for it. But in addition to that, I did, as issues arose, ask specific questions and indeed seek routine updates as well. So, for example, I asked to have a specific overview of resilience readiness across a range of different issues. That happened periodically, and I met with officials periodically, and I would periodically pick up issues in that context.
We're now going to look at some of the documents to which you've referred, Deputy Prime Minister, and it's right that in your statement you say that you were briefed that a major programme of work was underway, and you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic, and you were broadly content that the government was taking reasonable and proportionate steps. May we please have 145720? This is a document that you won't have seen before this inquiry because it wasn't sent to you. It's an email from Catherine Hammond dated the 20th of September 2018, and it wasn't addressed to you. But it's an email that concerns the general field of resilience and preparedness for pandemic flu. And it's an email within the Cabinet Office, between the civil servants in the Cabinet Office, concerning in September of 2018, so when you were a Minister for Implementation, the priorities of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, to which we'll come back to and about which I know you're familiar. And at the bottom of the page, before the sign-off, before the penultimate paragraph, there are these words: messages to the Department of Health and Social Care and Cabinet Office ministers, and in particular the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, as chair of the NSE THRC committee, the committee to which you referred earlier, given there are clear risks associated with not taking forward the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board programme. So it would seem from this internal communication within the Cabinet Office that officials were considering the nature of the message which would have to be sent to ministers, including yourself, but in particular the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, about the clear risks associated with not taking forward the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board programme. So, given your statement that you were generally assured that the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared, and that you were briefed that the government was in a moderately decent position and that readiness was being improved, to what extent were you told at that time, September 18, that there were risks in relation to the discharge of your own ministerial role associated with what was being discussed, which was not taking forward the programme at all for pandemic flu readiness?
Well, first of all, as you said, I didn't specifically receive this email. I would take issue with the point that you're saying that not taking forward at all, because it was the case that I did receive advice about some of the reprioritisation that was happening, and indeed I was specifically assured that in respect of the two key areas that sat specifically within the Cabinet Office, and if the inquiry will forgive the term, it is just the wording that is used across government on excess deaths. That's to say the risk of increased mortality, that work programme would continue. I was also received assurance that the pandemic flu bill preparedness would continue. So in the advice that how this sort of transpired into the advice that I received as a minister was that reprioritisation was happening. And we can come on to if you wish to, the reasons for that reprioritisation. But that in respect of core areas of pandemic flu preparedness, and particularly areas for which the Cabinet Office was responsible, that work continued. What I would also say is that it is the case that the way the resilience function works is it has to have flexibility. So programmes of work are set out, and as different challenges face the government, we flex resources accordingly. The key areas have to keep on going. Other areas, we reach a certain state of readiness, and then we resume them subsequently. So this was in the context of what I was familiar with, which is the constant flexing of resources, because bearing in mind we were dealing with 90-odd different risks. Some of them were materialising, others weren't. We had to make judgments across the board.
Indeed. We, of course, are only concerned with the risks relating to health emergencies and including pandemic planning. 145721 is a 10th of January 2019 submission to David Lidington MP, who was then, as you'll recall, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and therefore the senior minister. You were at that stage still the parliamentary secretary and minister for implementation. This is a memo entitled Delivery of NSC, that's the National Security Council, THRC, the Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Programmes. And to remind ourselves, the NSC THRC committee was the committee which was taken out of committee structure in July 2019, when, as is customary, the incoming government changed the committee structures associated with the Cabinet and its subcommittees. Delivery of work programmes commissioned by the NSC THRC on pandemic influenza are expected to be affected by the step up in planning for a no-deal exit from the European Union. So, in a general sense, although the the evidence shows that you're absolutely right, that some parts of the work programmes, and some work programmes did continue, there was a general impact on the delivery of the NSE THRC programmes as a result of the reprioritisation of work necessitated by planning for a no-deal exit. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, what I would say is, again, forgive me, in the context of what I said already, namely that we had to ensure that we allocated resources according to where the greatest risk lay. Now, it was the case at that time that no deal was the default position of the government. So it was appropriate, given, and this is worth remembering, the kind of frankly apocryphal warnings that were being delivered about the consequence of no deal Brexit, for example, in relation to medicine supplies and elsewhere. It was appropriate that we shifted the resilience function to deal with this. Secondly, it was not a permanent shift. We knew that this thing would come to an end, since we had an end point for if we didn't reach a deal, no deal would happen. The other point I would make, and it has come out, I think, in some of the evidence, is that there was a flip side to this, which was that the preparation, particularly through the Yellowhammer structures, made us match fit for when we did have to deal with the actual materialisation of the COVID pandemic. That is to say, it forced departments to work together closely, so there's a lot more cross-government coordination. And in addition, in relation to this, we surged additional capacity into the department. I believe we recruited around 15,000 extra staff, who then were able to be redeployed once the threat of no deal had passed, in order to further step up our preparedness to contribute to our COVID response.
We will look in due course at the undoubted benefits, and there were benefits from the planning associated with planning for a no-deal exit. But in relation to your point, if I may observe that the preparations were required, my question was premised deliberately on an acceptance that the preparations for the no-deal exit were necessitated. And the lady has the point already, and it forms no part of this inquiry to examine into the worth of those preparations. They were necessary as part of the plans for a no-deal exit.
I mean, what I would say briefly on that is, and I say this as somebody who voted, I'll relitigate it, as somebody who voted for Remain in the referendum, there was not a question of one's view on Brexit or not. It was just a fact that we had triggered Article 50, and that the default was that without a deal, we would have no deal. So that was the default. So it was really incumbent on government, in delivering my duties in respect of resilience. I appreciated very strongly, I had to make sure that the United Kingdom was in the best possible position, as did every minister, to deal with no deal. And actually, in doing that, as I said, we did get some other benefits from it.
But the reality was that those preparations, necessary though they were, had a direct and significant impact upon the majority of the work programmes to prepare for pandemic influenza.
No, I don't actually. I don't fully accept that. So the core responsibilities that certainly I had in respect of Cabinet Office in terms of our areas under the pandemic flu preparedness continued, namely the excess deaths work and the work in respect of pandemic flu bill drafting, both of which, by the way, were then subsequently, the learnings from that were used when the COVID crisis hit us. It was also the case that there was this constant flexing that happened. And when one takes it in the round in terms of how it essentially tested our ability to work together. And there's countless other examples of that. So, for example, the battle rhythm of having these daily exos, the fact that we had a real-time data coming in and going out again, all of those things actually put us in a position of being in a strong position. And the advice that I received was that the core stuff that we had to do was continuing, but in line with the normal reprioritisation that happens. For example, when Salisbury hit, there was a reprioritisation. I've just been dealing with the chairing the Cobras on the evacuation of British nationals from Sudan. There is always a flex. If we didn't have that flex, we would not be in such a strong position to respond to challenges as they hit the government.
If you look at paragraph 2 of this memo addressed to your then senior ministerial colleague, recommendations that you agree that the significant majority of the pandemic influenza and irrelevant and sensitive material is then redacted, due to report back to the NSC THRC in March and February 2019 respectively, are paused until the completion of Operation Yellowhammer. Operation Yellowhammer was the operational name given to the necessary preparations which were being made for a no-deal exit, is it not?
Yes, that is Operation Yellowhammer.
And therefore that paragraph states in terms that the significant majority of the pandemic influenza and due to report back are paused. So a reference to the, no doubt, to the work streams or the preparations or the plans, a significant majority are paused. So my earlier question to you was, is it not right that there was a direct and significant impact on the planning for pandemic influenza as a result of the necessary plans being carried out to deal with the no-deal exit?
So clearly, and by the way, I should note, as you know, that I didn't actually receive this specific sub, but I don't dispute the pausing point. It is set out there. The area where I take a different view, given my experience as a minister at the time, Indeed. Was the point about the significant impact for the reasons that I set out, and I won't reprise this. Right. What I would also say, though, forgive me, is it is worth viewing this in the context of documents that I received, which gave me assurances that in respect of particularly the Cabinet Office areas for which I was responsible, that work was continuing. So I just can't, from my perspective, that was not how it was at the time.
Indeed. Page 2, please, of this memo, which absolutely correctly did not go to you. Paragraph 8 says the government's decision in December 2018 to step up contingency planning is placing unprecedented resource pressure on both lead government departments and the Civil Contingency Secretariat, which is coordinating Operation Yellowhammer across government. A number of departmental teams have already been retasked, with the majority expected to follow over the coming weeks. The Civil Contingency Secretariat is also prioritising Operation Yellowhammer work and identifying non-time critical work which can be paused accordingly. Is that an accurate summation, as you understood it to be, of the consequences of the decision to initiate Operation Yellowhammer, as far as you were being briefed?
Forgive me just to reread this. So I think, yes, in some respects, I'd just say two further things, which is that, I won't reprise the point about the normal nature of flexing resources. Clearly, this was at the extreme end of flexing those resources, and that's reflected there. This is also the case that when we face challenges, the other thing we all do, and senior ministers, and certainly my officials in my department, is we just have to work harder. So we try as much as we can to walk and chew gum at the same time, to use that colloquialism. The need to deal with the new challenges, our first recourse is just to work harder and work longer hours in order to make sure that we continue with the business as usual. The other recourse that we have, which is not reflected in here, is to actively recruit additional resource from outside government, and that was the case. I think we recruited around 15,000 additional civil servants into government. And I would just sort of note in passing that again was additional resource that was then subsequently used when COVID struck. So I just think it's important to contextualise how this fits in with the way in which government tends to work.
May we have, please, document 205310. This was a quarterly update, Deputy Prime Minister, on CCS, Civil Contingencies Activity, which was prepared, in fact, for you as the then Minister for Implementation, and it's dated January 2019. So 205310, update for the Minister for Implementation, January 2019, and you were, of course, still the Minister for Implementation at that time, because you remained so until the 24th of July 2019. May we have page 2, please? Following Cabinet agreement in December, we are prioritising no-deal preparations from now on. This may include standing up command, control and coordination arrangements for as long as required. We presume that's a reference to the no-deal preparation arrangements that would need to be stood up. The Civil Contingencies Secretariat will continue a small number of essential activities alongside no-deal preparations, but have paused all other activity to enable sufficient focus on preparations for leaving the EU without a deal. That would appear to indicate, would it not, that in terms of weighing out the balance of activities which were being paused or ceased, the majority of activities were paused to enable focus on preparations for a no-deal exit, and only a minority of activities in the CCS continued for other matters.
Well, I think it's quite important with this one. I believe it's the following slide actually makes reference to pandemic flu preparedness. It may be the one afterwards. So that was identified as an area where work would continue.
So you'll see further down the page, on this page, a reference to the Emergency Planning College operations, which was an activity to be prioritised, and then the National Security Risk Assessment completion. And we know, of course, that risk assessment process was completed in 2019. So yes, page 3, there's a reference to pandemic flu commitments close to completion finalised, including pandemic flu bill and excess death guidance.
Yes, and
those are the two areas, are they not, to which you made reference a few moments ago? Are they in the middle of the page, pandemic flu commitments close to completion finalised, including pandemic flu bill and excess death guidance?
Yes, and those were the two principal areas which were allocated to the Cabinet Office under those under the broader plans of pandemic flu preparedness.
But what about all the other pandemic flu related obligations and recommendations which have come out of exercise Cygnus, not just those relating to the drafting of a pandemic flu bill and the work streams relating to excess deaths guidance, the two work streams to which you rightly have made reference? So
this document, and you can see from the list of things, is updating me on things that fell specifically within my departmental brief, so the resilient satellite network and mobile alerting and so on. Clearly under the lead government department model, most of the activity identified under Cygnus to be taken forward fell to the department, DHSC, Department of Health and Social Care. So that's sort of separate to this piece of work that this is updating me on my Cabinet Office responsibilities.
The pandemic flu bill and the excess deaths guidance were only a minority, were they not, of the work streams which were required as a result of exercise Cygnus and the pandemic flu planning to which the government had committed itself, were they not?
In respect of my ministerial responsibilities in respect of pandemic flu, we had allocated to the Cabinet Office a small number of responsibilities. The two most significant ones of those were pandemic flu bill and excess deaths guidance. There were a large number of other areas of responsibility allocated to DHSC. I don't believe that this deals with what fell under DHSC as the lead government department.
Well, there was a committee to which you've already made reference, the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, which was co-chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, was it not?
Yes. First of all, I think I should say this was not a ministerial committee. I sit on many ministerial committees and boards. This was a cross-departmental operational board, and there are many such boards that bring together officials. So, for example, in the field of resilience for civil nuclear disasters is one. There's many others of them. I was aware and briefed of the board, but the key thing for me was the output out of that board, and this document reflects the output out of that board.
Did you, as the Cabinet Office Minister from July 2019, have responsibility for the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, a board which was co-chaired by your own department?
So it was co-chaired by officials in my department. I never sat on that board.
No.
The purpose of that board was to deal with that cross-departmental working. I was briefed on both the existence of the board, and you can see that in some of the other papers, and specifically on the output of those of that board. And this document, in turn, reflects the output of that board. And indeed, I received other briefings that reflected the output of it. And it's a fairly common thing for officials to get together in different groupings to work through issues. This was a sort of standing way of ensuring that happened, and then ministers in turn received reporting out of it.
The board was a board for the cross-departmental working and output, as you describe it, relating to pandemic flu readiness. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And it is a board which was centrally concerned with drawing up plans and pursuing work streams related to what was required to be done in relation to prepare the country for the ordeal of addressing a pandemic flu.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And it was a board which was within your department because it was co-chaired by it. To what extent was the work of that board, as opposed to the general work of the Cabinet Office and the CCS to which this document refers, interrupted by the necessary planning that was required to be done for a no-deal exit?
Well, I believe that the board, I think it met in November 2018. I think that's correct. And then it subsequently met essentially after Yellowhammer had been stood down, I believe in November or December 19, and then in January 2020 again.
So may we take it from that the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board did not meet from November 2018 to November 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you told, as the Minister in charge of this particular aspect of the Cabinet Office, and as along with many others, that the board had not met for a year and had been therefore unable to consider in committee form the work streams which were intended for it?
Well, I can't actually see from the documentation that I have, or the committee so the inquiry has. I can't see a specific document informing me of that. I would expect that I would have been informed of it. But I think for me, the more fundamental point as the minister was what are the outputs of this process. So essentially, as you can see from that briefing, I was being assured that the core areas for which the Cabinet Office was responsible were continuing. I was also aware that because of Yellowhammer, and I think that was the right thing to do, we were prioritising resources to make sure that we were equipped for a no-deal scenario. And by the way, if we hadn't done that reprioritisation, we would have been in a much worse position to deal with COVID when it hit, had no deal actually occurred in terms of medicine supplies and so on, and that this was part of a normal reprioritisation, albeit, I should say, at the more sort of extreme end of reprioritisation, given the amount of resources we had to dedicate to no deal, since it wasn't one sector specific, it cut across many different areas.
Is extreme reprioritisation a metaphor for significant impact? The reprioritisation that took place here, extreme as you describe it, in effect meant that an important committee dealing with pandemic flu readiness did not meet. And the majority of the work streams to which the Cabinet Office refer in a general sense, but specifically in the context of pandemic flu planning, were interfered with. They were either paused or only part completed or stopped altogether, with the exception of excess death capacity management and the drafting of a pandemic bill.
I don't think there's a great deal I can add to what I previously said. I disagree with the point about the significant impact because of the reassurances that I received, and I've made the point about how those pertain to those specific recommendations pertain to the Cabinet Office. It is the case that across all government activity, and bearing in mind this is one of 90-odd different areas of activity where reprioritisation, I'm sure, would have happened across those risks and many other areas, the assurance that I had, and indeed, to my knowledge, I didn't ever receive a document, and I believe me, as a minister, I frequently receive documents from officials that say to me, Minister, this is a major problem, we need to do something about it. I did not receive that in respect of the situation with the pandemic flu board. The pandemic flu board was an official level cross-government coordination body, and as part of the shifting of resources to deal with this major challenge of no deal as it arose, that didn't meet. That is not to say that activities didn't happen, they clearly happened here, and also in respect of other areas that they've been commissioned, they weren't sort of stood down, they were, as it were, we've made progress in a lot of areas, and in those key areas for which I had responsibility, the prioritisation continued.
All right, thank you. My lady, is that a convenient moment?
Certainly. I'm sorry we have to keep you over lunch. Sorry. I know you have so many things to do. Well, we've been hearing about some of the things you have had to do, but I'm afraid I have to break regularly because the poor stenographer has to cope with everything we say, and I gather you've still got a little bit to go?
Not much, but some.
So I hope it's not too inconvenient, and hope you can work over the break. I shall return at 10 to 2.
Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister. Before lunch, you were giving evidence about the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board. I'd like to take you, please, to another Pandemic Flu Readiness Board document, 23114, please. So the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, as we've seen, was a board chaired, in fact, by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC. It was a joint board. And therefore a board, of course, into which both the Cabinet Office and the DHSC contributed. This document is dated the 23rd of January 2020, so it's dated, in fact, about 3 weeks before you ceased being Minister for the Cabinet Office. We can see it's a PFRB document because in the top right-hand corner you will see the reference to the board PFRB. And what it is it's a dashboard of the work streams coming out of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board as at that date, the 23rd of January 2020. And I'd like you, please, Deputy Prime Minister, to have a look down the progress since the last meeting, which is the second column, and the next steps, as well as the key risks in the last column, briefly in relation to each of the work streams, and consider the extent to which you were aware of the progress or lack of progress for each of the work streams. So the first one is healthcare. Progress has slowed due to extended sickness of the NHS England pandemic flu lead, EU exit activities and the reorganisation of NHS England. In next steps, draft strategy to be signed off, consideration of the communications, further development of the service-facing guidance, lessons from EU exit planning will be reflected, and the key risks, the possibility of further major incidents in London, competing demands on key NHS staff, NHS England, and improvement staff, and NHS England improvement change of priorities. Were you aware, prior to leaving ministerial office, that degree of progress had been made in relation to the work stream of healthcare in relation to the committee which the Cabinet Office co-chaired?
Well, the first thing I should say, Ms. Keith, is clearly under the departmental lead government departmental model, these actions pertained to the Department of Health. So my expectation is those would have been reported through to the Department of Health through their appropriate processes. As I said in my evidence prior to the break, the purpose of this board was to bring together two different bits of government at official level, and I would have been advised, and indeed was advised, on the outputs as we discussed. So I wouldn't have expected to have been briefed specifically on this. It could have been that I would have done subsequently, but given those timings, I suspect by the time we'd gone through the process of the board sitting, then the subs and so on, advice coming up to ministers, I doubt that would have come across my desk by the time I'd left.
Deputy Prime Minister, it's obvious that not every document goes to the desk of a minister, and you've already made plain that this is a committee which was concerned with work streams that traversed not just the Cabinet Office but the DHSC. It was a joint Cabinet Office DHSC committee.
And I believe other departments as well may have had outputs from it as well.
They may have had outputs, but it was a committee that was co-chaired by your department.
Yes, that's correct. It's co-chaired by officials in my department, yes.
And the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board was a board for which you, together with the Secretary of State for the Department of Health and Social Care, took ministerial responsibility.
Yes, it was a way of ensuring that we had joined up and government between different parts of the government machine, just as, for example, in relation to, say, civil nuclear preparedness, there were similar boards. But this was about driving the operationalisation of the direction that the government was taking.
Number 2, workstream community care. Progress on the community healthcare side has slowed due to extended sickness of NHS England pandemic flu lead, EU exit activities and the reorganisation of NHS England, NHS Improvement. And then over the page, please. Excess deaths. That is the work stream to which you made reference, isn't it, this morning?
Yes, that was one that was specifically allocated to the Cabinet Office.
Workshops have been held for body disposal, body transport, body storage, coroners and prisons. Prisons was another area that the Cabinet Office was particularly concerned with, and that appears to be a work stream that was proceeded with.
Well, that would reflect the fact, again, of the coordination and facilitation role of government working with the Ministry of Justice, it would have been at that time.
Then over the page, please. Sector resilience. There's been no further work on this work stream as the statements of preparedness are finalised, and it was agreed that the sharing of the business checklist should be paused as a result of the need to communicate other risks, including EU exit. So, sector resilience, what is that?
So it's sort of what it says on the tin. That is for different parts of society and the nation, their ability to withstand. So, for example, you might have the transport sector, you might have the education sector. It's chunks of the economy and national life, and resilience is clearly
an important
ability to withstand. Yeah, and again that would reflect the fact that sector resilience is something that cuts across different parts of government. So again, it goes back to this facilitation and coordination.
But it includes health sector resilience, of course.
Yes, of course, except that what I would say is that this is clearly health sector is the core sector for the impact of pandemic flu. So sort of implicit in that is that given that DHSC was jointly chairing this board, that would sit with them. I mean, so it's a sort of it is a somewhat academic distinction. In theory, I guess health would sit within it, but manifestly, given the actual facts of where this how government worked together, given that health were responsible, you can see, for many of these other areas, I don't think we would have gone through a process whereby it went Cabinet Office back to health, liaise and engage, given that health were already liaising and engaging through this forum.
Well, it was plainly an important work stream, otherwise it wouldn't have appeared on the face of this document.
Yes, it was, and that's. But the role of reason I think Cabinet Office had this allocated to it is the fact that dealing with all the other government departments that were not represented at this board would have required the usual role of Cabinet Office to facilitate and liaise with them. There wouldn't have been a need for the Cabinet Office to facilitate and lead with the Department of Health, since they were sat round the table when they went through all these other actions.
The only official whose name appears on this document in the first column is of the Senior Resilience Officer, Emily Dibble, at the Civil Contingencies Secretariat within the Cabinet Office, which was your department.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Number 5, cross-cutting enablers. Is this a reference to the work that was done on the draft pandemic bill, which in due course formed the basis of the Coronavirus Act of 2020?
Yes, I think that is the case. If you look here in the second column across, yes, it says all England clauses and supporting documentation, including explanatory note, assessment note and assessment of impacts. Those are things typically associated with the process of drawing up legislation.
Yes. And we can see a reference to legislative in the first column, and also in the last column, the right-hand column.
Yes, indeed.
The future risk
bill, so
may be
yes, indeed,
a failure to complete the bill. Yeah. All right. So that's one of the areas to which you referred earlier, which, in relation to which work continued and it was completed.
And indeed, that's reflected in the
over the page, please. Communications. Pandemic influenza public health communication strategy content signed off by the 4 United Kingdom Chief Medical Officers. Work stream then paused. Do you know why the work stream has then paused?
No, I don't, is the short answer. I could speculate that it was to do with our previous discussion about
Operation Yellow.
But I couldn't say for sure one way or the other.
Then we've got the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group. Is that the group that was instituted in order to be able to tackle the extremely difficult moral and ethical issues which might arise out of triage decisions having to be made by hospitals, in essence, the turning away of patients for treatment?
Amongst other things, yes. So this arose from a consideration that government would have to make difficult decisions, and we would have to. It would, as the title suggests, it would give rise to moral and ethical questions, and we felt that it was appropriate to have a body to help us with that. And indeed, I signed off the creation of the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group as a minister, and I believe certainly in a previous pack there was a sub that had details of that.
And it had one introductory meeting on the 25th of October of 2019, and there was a debate about its remit. So that structure, that committee was set up, and they had one introductory meeting. Further down the page, please. Over the page. Year 2 work streams. There is then a reference to this, the 2011 UK Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Strategy, as it says, the document dating back to 2011. The review was complete and Commission sent to stakeholders requesting relevant sections are updated. A number of updates have been received, not taken on board as work stream paused, aware of the need to reignite this work stream. Was that strategy document, the 2011 strategy document, the sole pandemic-related strategy document in existence? It relates to pandemic influenza. It was the only one related to pandemic influenza, and there was no analogous strategy document for non-influenza pandemics. Is that correct?
Well, I would imagine that was the case, but I have to say I just want to be absolutely clear with the inquiry that even under the lead government departmental model, these actions, the ones that you can see from my answers, I'm able to answer very clearly on the ones that pertain to Cabinet Office responsibilities. These pertain to Department of Health responsibilities. The lens through which I saw all of this was the NRSA and its successor documents, and ensuring that we had the cross-government coordination. Indeed, this is reflected in this body and many other bodies. So I'm sure that was the case, but I can't say that definitively to you, because the strategies that I was concerning myself with were all the things that facilitated and made government work together, and we can see that more recently with things like the resilience framework, the various iterations of the standards that were required across government, the risk registers, and so on. Just as with the Home Office, for example, when Home Office leads on counter-terror, I wouldn't tend to get to the detail of each, being sort of cognizant in the detail of each individual strategy. So that's why I'm a little bit reluctant to say for certain, but plainly it would appear on the face of it that would be the case.
As the Minister for the Cabinet Office and in charge of resilience, civil contingencies, the Civil Contingency Secretariat, and the planning cross-government through the Cabinet Office of pandemic influenza preparedness, do you recall whether you were aware of the significance of that 2011 document? Do you recall debate about that document or the need to update it, to refresh it? Or was that something that just didn't come to you as a Cabinet Office Minister?
I think that this primarily sat with the Department of Health. Right. It was their document in order to ensure the effective delivery of government. And indeed, this is one of the challenges that I find constantly as a Cabinet Office Minister. It's to know where to delineate the line between the individual government department and cross-government action. And the last thing that government departments want is another government department trying to do the same thing as that department. And indeed, the purpose of this board would partly have been to deconflict and to make sure that we're clear, this sits with one bit of government, that sits with another bit of government. And indeed, that is reflected in the allocation of work streams in the first column of this. And indeed, I should say this is fairly standard modus operandi of government, that you have the overall direction set, ministers are updated, then you have ministers ask questions and all the other things that we discussed prior to the break. But then you have a sort of a mechanism for making sure the two bits of government work together, and this is what this board was doing.
But Mr. Dadden, the DHSC in the field of civil contingencies and health emergencies is the lead government department. But the Cabinet Office still retains its obligation to ensure that the wheels of government turn, there's proper coordination and liaison between departments, and that all the moving parts of the health emergency civil contingency system continue to turn. The Cabinet Office at no time absolved itself of the obligation to ensure that the DHSC was on top of its areas concerned with civil contingencies, in the same way that the Cabinet Office was on top of its own obligations, and other government departments were on top of their obligations. Where is the material which shows that ministerially the Cabinet Office was trying to drive this process forward and saying there are gaps here, there have been pauses in the work streams, we, the Civil Contingencies Department, must try to resolve this?
Well, I think there's, I sort of make two reflections on this. So, first of all, it is important that we have a lead government departmental model, and that each department takes its responsibility. And by the way, it's not as if this thing sort of sits there. That is a clear action that is allocated to a senior responsible officer, basically a lead civil servant in that department. They then fit in a structure where they will no doubt report to a Director General or probably a Director General or a Director, and then into a permanent secretary. And then ministers in that department have accountability for that and oversee it and drive it. The separate role of the Cabinet Office is to say, right, how do we make sure all the different bits of government work together? So, for example, if it was the case that the Department of Health came to us either at ministerial level or through officials and said, look, we've got a problem trying to deliver this strategy. We need to get, I don't know, Department for Transport or some other department in order to make this happen. We're not getting the movement we require. Then they would come to officials in my department, potentially ministers would come to me and say, look, can you unblock this? Can you help make this happen? My first question would usually be, have you exhausted all the things that you can do yourself? And if you can't, then we will use the machinery of government to help achieve that. What is not a good use of resource for us is to constantly second-guess things that are clearly allocated to individual government departments.
But what about checking work streams directly coming out of a committee which your department co-chairs?
So if there was a significant problem in respect of this, I would expect to be, and frequently was, updated. Remember, this is a non-ministerial board. This is an official board. I would be expected to receive advice, to be informed that there was a problem. A, there was a problem here, and B, that it was a problem that required Cabinet Office to facilitate, help unlock, and so on in the way that I've described to you.
These problems did not emerge for the first time on the 23rd of January 2020. When were you, therefore, updated and informed of the continuing problems with this process and the majority of the work streams?
I can't recall now. I'm sure it's it would be in one of the documents I've seen. I don't actually recall in the documents you've shared with me. Indeed, Mr. Keith, I'm very happy to look at it. One that specifically referred to this point.
The reason I ask is, of course, that in your statement you say, I was briefed that a major programme of work was underway to improve readiness across government. I was generally assured the government was reasonably and sufficiently prepared for an influenza pandemic, and I was broadly content the government took reasonable and proportionate steps commensurate with the perceived risks at the time. It is your assertions in your witness statement that form the genesis for questions about the degree to which you were informed about the problems apparent on the face of this document.
Yes, and the reason why I said that is that, and I can point throughout the bundles that the inquiry has, where I am reassured about the progress that has been made in respect of pandemic flu preparedness. And indeed, if you go back to one of these previous items, I'm not asking to scroll back up, but just to recall at the time I received, for example, the submission on the medical ethical and advisory group, that also had a couple of annexes attached to it, which again provided updates and reassurance. Indeed, I believe in one of the subs of the line saying we are one of the best prepared in the world. Secondly, as we developed, as sort of work streams shifted and adjusted in the way that we were discussing prior to the break, I received updates on those. So that is the basis on which I made that assertion. And remember, of course, all of this is being done in the context of the information that I had at that time. Of course, if you now ask me with the hindsight of everything that happened subsequently, I can go into many discussions about what happened afterwards. What I was trying to convey in that statement was about my assurance as to where we were at that point, given the material that I received as a minister and all the information that I had as a minister at that time.
This is not hindsight, is it? Because this is a document dated the 23rd of January, produced while you were still a minister, on the eve of the pandemic. And it's a reflection of work streams that were running into problems and being paused or stopped over a matter of months, in fact, 18 months prior to the pandemic.
Well, the first thing is that, as I said, I didn't receive an update on this. I may well have received an update, and my answer to you may have been different had I received that update. Secondly, this was under a lead governmental department model. One would expect that those issues would primarily be raised to the relevant lead government department, which was the Department for Health. And indeed, on the assertion that these individual things had that significant impact subsequently, again, I've not seen the evidence of that.
No, indeed. Could we then just conclude this document by just having a look at the bottom row, restructure of the online pandemic influenza documentation guidance. This work stream was paused as a result of EU exit. If you just go over the page, we may see the continuation and conclusion of the first sentence in the first column for Government, UK and Resilience Direct. And then the LRF Pandemic Flu Standard, the consultation on the Pan Flu Standard, which is a testing document for local resilience forums, that was completed. Could we then look, and you're quite right, of course, there were any number of documents after the event, but they look backwards and they shed light on the position prior to the pandemic. INQ 57522, this was a document which concerned the implementation of the recommendations that came out of exercise Cygnus, to which you referred. And just to recollect the position, Cygnus was an exercise in October 2016, was it not? It reported in July 2017, and thereafter, over the following 3 years, work was done in order to implement the recommendations from exercise Cygnus. Because exercise Cygnus was an exercise in which the Cabinet Office was a participant organisation, to what extent, whilst a minister, were you informed about the progress being made on the implementation of the recommendations from exercise Cygnus? Generally, not just those specifically concerned with the Cabinet Office, but generally as a result of the exercise.
Well, first of all, I should say, in respect of this document, I don't believe I was presented with this document.
No, you
when
wouldn't have been,
this is the Department of Health
and it's dated June 2020, after you ceased being...
So that's an important piece of context for this document. Secondly, the core role of the Cabinet Office in respect of any exercise is to make the thing happen. So, for example, very recently, my department and I oversaw Operation Mighty Oak, which was to prepare us for the eventuality if we lost power in the United Kingdom, something I'm sure we weren't worried about as a consequence of it, or we had the appropriate actions. So that's what the Cabinet Office was doing in terms of pulling that together. Under the lead government departmental model, and I have subsequently seen this document, you will see again, in common with the Pandemic Flu Board recommendations, under each row there's an allocation of those to each government department. Those that pertain to the Cabinet Office, again, I had comfort that those were being conducted in the appropriate way. It was not the case, and I suppose this is maybe this fundamental point that you are getting at with these questions, that I, as a minister, had 90-odd different risks that sat specifically identified in the NRSA within the resilience portfolio. In addition to that, there were many other risks that we had to deal with. Within that context, my responsibility was to make sure all the different bits of government were working together in terms of the overall strategy, not necessarily to dive into the detail of each one of those 90-odd risks, except if I was being advised that there was a specific problem that that required my support in terms of dealing with it. In terms of how the Cygnus then came through to this, the outcome of Cygnus was then embedded into actions that were being driven through government. So the relevant ones for the Health Department were embedded into the Health Department. And as we've seen and we've discussed in previous exchanges, those relating to the Cabinet Office were embedded in the Cabinet Office,
All right.
the excess deaths and so on.
We can see from this document that it refers to the fact that exercise Cygnus demonstrated 4 key learning outcomes to the United Kingdom's preparedness and response capabilities. And of course, you'll recall that exercise Cygnus reported that the United Kingdom's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic. And the report was supported by 22 detailed lessons. This analysis maps the 22 lessons identified against policy and planning development activities undertaken by the whole of the United Kingdom government and devolved administrations through the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, the body chaired by the Cabinet Office and the DHSC, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Programme, supervised by the DHSC, normal business as usual activities of those organisations with a role in pandemic preparedness. Overall, paragraph 4, the analysis has found that 8 lessons identified have been fully addressed by the government. 6 lessons identified have been partially addressed by the development of new plans and policies, but some work is ongoing, and work to address 8 lessons identified is still ongoing. So this is June 2020, almost 4 years, 3.5 years after exercise Cygnus. What you say about risks, outcomes, work streams being assigned to a particular government department is well understood. But which government department stood back and with an overarching eye asked the question, what generally is happening with the recommendations to exercise Cygnus, to cover the possibility that each department focus on its own specific work streams and no one took charge to drive the overall process forward to make sure that no one was falling between 2 stools?
So the process by which this worked was, each one of those actions was, and I believe in the subsequent pages you will see it, allocated to an individual government department. Those government departments have structures within them, and I see it within the Cabinet Office, to ensure that they deliver on the areas for which they are responsible. So if you take those allocated to the Department of Health, There are senior responsible officers who have responsibility for those within the Department of Health. They sit within reporting structures within the Department of Health, whereby they're held to account for those things. The whole purpose of having an SRO is to say, we're not going to have this confusion. This is the person to whose name this particular responsibility is attached. Now, in respect of those which were attached to the Cabinet Office, those were clearly addressed in the way that we've discussed previously. In addition to that, the facilitating role of the Cabinet Office was to say, if the department came to us and had problems with delivery of it, they would raise them. In addition to that, it's not that was the preponderance of how it happened, but it was also the case that there were many officials within the CCS. They didn't sort of say, there we are, over you go, and forget about it. There was an ongoing dialogue, but the responsibility was very clearly set out as set out in the different rows of that document.
All right. May we please have that document removed and replaced by the resilience framework, for which you took responsibility, you drafted the forward to it by virtue of your subsequent ministerial position as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which post you held from October 2022, and therefore includes the framework document 97685 of December 2022. Do you recognise that document?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to embarrass you, Deputy Prime Minister, by asking you just to check that the forward and the photograph is indeed of you and from you on page 7.
I'll wait for it to flash up on the screen. But
there we are.
Yes, it's a passing resemblance. Yes.
This document was a document prepared by the government with obvious good sense in light of many of the lessons learned documents which have emanated from the COVID pandemic, as well as, of course, the reviews carried out by various departments concerned with civil contingencies. And also, it was a document promised in, I think, a major government review in 2021 called the Integrated Review of Security, Defence, Development and Foreign Policy. The inquiry would just like to explore briefly some of the commitments which have been made in the report, because, of course, it forms no part of this inquiry's functions and Milady's functions to make recommendations which have already been put into place or are being progressed. So just briefly looking at the annex, which is, I think, is at, perhaps let's start on page 5, which is the executive summary. You can see there that the report is divided up between the executive summary and the action plans in relation to risk, responsibilities and accountability, partnerships, communities, investment and skills. And Annex B, there is a summary on page 66, it's page 72 online, could we have that please, which sets out a summary of the framework actions which your report promotes. The first page of Annex B deals with those actions in respect to which the United Kingdom government is already taking action. So in relation to risk, it's already taking action by refreshing the NSRA process. And indeed, in 2022, the NSRA process was revised, was it not, to take account of the possibility of multiple scenarios.
Yes, that's correct. And indeed, shortly we will publish sorry to get into all these acronyms, but the NRR, which is the public-facing version.
The National Risk Register, the public-facing emanation of the National Security Risk Assessment. And then creating a new head of resilience. So the United Kingdom government's already taking action by creating a new head of resilience. May we task you, please, with the question, has a new head of resilience been appointed?
Yes.
And is that a post within a government department, or is it a post out with a government department?
It's a post within a government department. It's a post within the Cabinet Office. So one of the principal post-COVID reforms we have undertaken is to take the previous CCS, so Civil Contingency Secretariat, and deal with one of the challenges, which is how do you balance dealing with immediate crises as they hit whilst continuing to ensure the wider resilience picture. So am I at liberty to name I might just help to name them.
By all means.
So Roger Hargreaves now runs the COBRA unit. That is the crisis unit to deal with issues as they immediately emerge. So in the short term, so we don't lose sight of the longer term challenges. Mary Jones oversees and is the head of resilience. They, just in terms of the overall architecture of the Cabinet Office, they sit in slightly different reporting structures. So Mary sits within, and forgive me, these are further details, EDS, the Economic and Domestic Secretariat, which is the overall cross-government coordination function. Roger sits primarily within the NSS, the National Security Secretariat, which reflects those slightly different preponderances. One is about the joining up whole of government in the form of resilience, one is about the immediate crisis response.
There was, before this resilience framework and before the full terrible impact of COVID-19 became apparent, already a Director of National Resilience in the Cabinet Office, a full-time job between March 2020 and May 2022. To what extent is this new head of resilience any different to the pre-existing job of being Director of National Resilience in the Cabinet Office?
So the principal difference is the split that I described to you, namely between the ensuring that we have both the focus on the challenges as they hit, the immediate management of those, and taking the longer-term risk and the longer-term view. Also, I would say, the other thing that it does is, and this runs through the framework, is looking at how we try and prevent these things happening in the first place. So the sort of strategies like the biological security strategy, actions in relation to critical national infrastructure resilience, resilience to cyber, net zero strategies, all of those cross-government efforts that ensure that these crises don't happen in the first place, as well as the resilience for when they do.
In relation to the new resilience function in the third bullet point, the government's already taking action by strengthening the United Kingdom government resilience structures by creating a new resilience function. Before the split in the Civil Contingency Secretariat between the new COBRA unit, which is now in the National Security Secretariat.
No, so forgive me. The COBRA unit is the COBRA unit. It reports into the National Security Secretariat.
It is
in the part of the National Security Secretariat.
It is in the National Security Secretariat. And the other half of the old Civil Contingency Secretariat is the Resilience Directorate, which is now in the Economic and Domestic Secretariat. To what extent does this new resilience function differ from half of the old Civil Contingency Secretariat, namely the Resilience Directorate, which is now in the Economic and Domestic Secretariat?
Well, I think one of the problems that we identified previously, and what we're seeking to address with this, is the tendency for the person that has overall charge of this to permanently be focused on the immediate risks and not to take that longer-term view. And I've actually seen this in action both as a minister before and afterwards. I now have totally separate meetings and regularly with Mary Jones, who is I'm referring to him from now on as the head of resilience, who is briefing me on where we are with resilience and prevention, whereas Roger Hargreaves, as head of COBRA, is the person that is briefing me and ensuring that we are across the immediate challenges we face, such as the Sudan evacuation was one of the more prominent recent challenges that we faced. So I think in that way you ensure that one doesn't become the sort of poorer relation of the other.
Page 73, please. The framework distinguishes, does it not, between those steps in relation to which the United Kingdom government is already taking action and those actions which the government is committing to take by 2025, that's on page 73, and page 74 by 2030. I want to ask you, please, about one particular aspect of page 73, the roles which will be put in place by 2025, halfway down the page, partnerships, because the degree of external review, of challenge, of advice antithetic to groupthink is an important issue for this inquiry. The government has agreed to commit to growing the United Kingdom's advisory groups made up of experts, academics and industry experts in order to inform the NSRA. This may include establishing a risk-focused subgroup of the United Kingdom Resilience Forum. In drawing up the report, Deputy Prime Minister, what did you have in mind in relation to what those external experts, academics and industry experts might consist of, given that the report in its body makes plain that SAGE will continue to play a vital role, the United Kingdom Resilience Forum is already set up, the provision for a body called STAX will continue to provide expert advice, and that the government will actively and regularly draw on expert challenge. Do you know what exactly is in mind in terms of growing those groups rather than relying upon the existing structures?
Well, there's a short answer and a long answer. To give you the long answer, I'd have to go through each of those different bodies that you listed and explain to you the specific functions. The short version of that is that I don't believe that any of those bodies perform specifically the function of an external look and challenge across resilience. So just to take one, SAGE is particularly in relation to biological security risks, and particularly in the health sector. They wouldn't have much to say. I wouldn't think they'd have anything to say in relation to a severe terrorist incident. They might have something to say in relation to, say, civil nuclear. So the idea is to create some further external challenge. And indeed, for me as a minister, and I'm in a conversation with other ministers, and I think you've probably heard in evidence, and I saw briefly in the evidence of Sir Oliver Letwin, one of the most important challenges for us as ministers is to know what the right questions are to ask in the first place. And the more divergent forms of opinions and views you can get, the better able you are to ask the right questions. So within this Resilience Forum, which, as you said earlier, I chair, I think there is value in trying to take... So the Resilience Forum at the moment is about kind of pulling together, as it were, all the different strands in line with the whole of society approach that's outlined in this strategy. That would be about providing the sort of challenge inward, as it were. And so I think there is value in doing that. Although what I would say that I have, I've tried to keep up to date as much as I can with the deliberations of this inquiry, and I think some valid points have been made about other routes for finding that external challenge. So we'll certainly look to the outcome of Module 1 to see what your recommendations are in that respect.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dunn, as far as the head of resilience is concerned, what level of official is it?
Director. She is a director.
And she reports to a minister in the Cabinet Office that happens to be you at the moment, or to the Deputy Prime Minister, if there is one? To whom does she report officially?
She reports to, well, she's available for all ministers to meet with, but she will report to me, not Deputy Prime Minister, is sort of to one side as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is the lead minister in the department, and indeed I meet very regularly with Mary Jones, as you might imagine.
Given the number of responsibilities that you referred to very briefly, and I heard from Sir Oliver Letwin, do you think there may be an argument for saying that there needs to be a minister whose specific responsibility is resilience?
I think it's a very interesting argument, and I saw Oliver's evidence quite late last night, so forgive me if I didn't catch every nuance of it. But I can see the argument he's making. The thing I would just say to consider on the other side is twofold. First of all, if you try and pull out resilience from all the other government coordination that happens in Cabinet Office, I think you'd lose something from that. So, for example, I'm able to link across, for example, the intelligence I receive on the NSS side in terms of malicious threats, and indeed that is very relevant to resilience now in the context, for example, of the Russia-Ukraine developments that we've seen over the past year or so. I'm also able to link it across to the government commercial function, which sits within my department, and they in turn link through to each of the commercial functions in each department. So I don't think if you took all of it and transferred it across, you'd basically be saying, have me, as it were. And I think that on balance, it probably works better to have a senior minister, and I'm fortunate enough to have been appointed a senior minister now, overseeing all of this. To the other point that Oliver made, I think he made the point about having the Prime Minister's ear, being able to influence. There would inevitably be a very limited number of ministers who are able to have that kind of access to the Prime Minister. So you may well find that there could be a trade-off there. Not necessarily, but I would just be concerned about how enduring that would be. So it could well be the case that when the minister was first appointed, they would be somebody that the Prime Minister knew well and placed a lot of trust in. You could find over the course of reshuffles, they became a less significant minister. It is always the case that the Cabinet Office is a core government department, and the role of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, certainly for the past 20 or 30 years, has tended to be held by a senior minister. And I think that would be the thing I would weigh up in considerations.
One last question. You've said a number of times, as is bound to be the case, that you rely on assurances that you get and briefings that you get from officials. How do you, as a minister, make sure that they're not marking their own homework?
It's a very good question. It goes back actually to the last exchange. This is about one of the biggest challenges as a minister is knowing the right questions to ask. So all ministers rely on external input. I would say external input I rely on is, first of all, think tank reports from all the numerous learned institutes, questions that are posed to me in Parliament. I shall have the joy of questions in Parliament tomorrow on the Cabinet Office, and I will make sure that I'm across all the issues that are going to be raised there. That will almost certainly give rise to some external challenge, which I then put back into the system. It's also the case that there is, from time to time, quite considerable media interest in it. I will always make sure that if I'm going to be questioned on these things, I know where we are. And when I get the response, I will frequently say, well, hang on, how does that thing match up with the other thing? I've always taken the view that I welcome more external challenge. I think a diversity of views and opinions helps make for more robust decision making, and a minister that's empowered with a greater diversity of ideas is able to better perform as a minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keith?
My lady, there are no questions under Rule 10.4 for which you've granted permission, so that concludes the evidence of the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for helping the inquiry.
Thank you, my lady.
My lady, the next witness is the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
We're going to have to break, obviously, in the middle, so
Yes, what time?
can you... We started at 10 to 2, so the break would probably be at about 10 past.
Certainly, my lady. Yes, please.
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Would you be good enough to give your name, please?
Jeremy Hunt.
Chancellor, thank you very much for providing your assistance already to this inquiry by virtue of your witness statement, which we'll see at 177796, dated the 4th of April 2023. If we could have the last page, page 17, would you just be good enough to confirm that that is the statement of truth and declaration to which you appended your own signature?
It is.
For the purposes of my lady's inquiry, most pertinently, you were, Chancellor, weren't you, Secretary of State for Health between the 6th of September 2012 and the 8th of January 2018, and thereafter the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care until the 9th of July 2018, when you became Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs.
Correct.
You were also, although plainly not a minister, chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee between January 2020 and October 22, at which point, perhaps a couple of days earlier or a couple of days after, you became Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Correct.
In which post you continue to the present day. Chancellor, it is obvious that as Secretary of State for the Department of Health and then the Department of Health and Social Care, you were keenly aware of the onerous obligations placed on you as Secretary of State in relation to the provision of health care, including the obligations associated with the DH and then the DHSC being the lead government department for pandemic risk, being a health emergency.
Correct.
And it is clear from the documents before the inquiry, the departmental risk register, the paperwork and guidance relating to the discharge by your department of its role as lead government department, the legal obligation placed on the department by virtue of being a Category 1 responder under the Civil Contingencies Act 2004, and its supervision of a number of bodies, but most importantly, the Pandemic Influenza Preparedness Board and the co-chairing of the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board. That pandemic planning lay at the heart of your department's work.
Correct.
I want to ask you, please, in light of that, about exercise Cygnus, which was in October 2016. It was an exercise which took place between the 18th and 20th of October, and it was an exercise which was reported upon in July of 2017, the following year. You were, of course, Secretary of State at the time. To what extent do you recall the significance of exercise Cygnus or the recommendations that came from it?
Well, I recall taking part in the exercise extremely well.
Why was that?
Because it was not just a significant chunk of time taken out of my diary, but because something quite traumatic happened in the course of the exercise, even though it was only an exercise, which caused me to stop the exercise. I was basically asked in the course of the exercise to sanction the emptying of all the intensive care beds in the country, leading to the death of numerous people in those intensive care beds, on the grounds that the nursing requirement for those people in intensive care was so big, because each intensive care bed needed 3 or 4 nurses to look after one patient, that those nurses could save more lives if they operated in the community. So that was
clear this was a hypothetical.
Yes.
Just in case anyone's switching on at this stage.
Yes. So effectively, I was being asked to flick a switch, which would have led to instant deaths, and I wasn't prepared to do that. And rightly or wrongly, you could obviously argue it lots of different directions, but in Benthamite terms, the greatest good for the greatest number. Perhaps I should have been prepared to do it, but I wasn't prepared to do it. And I think that for the people, and that was, I think for the participants, quite a controversial moment. And thankfully it was only an exercise. But my judgment was that that any pandemic scenario, if you were asking a human being, and we politicians are, of course, human beings, to make a decision like that, it was fraught with risk and danger. And I personally would have felt very, very difficult taking that decision. And so we developed new protocols as a result of that, which meant that I think if that situation would happen in real life, the Secretary of State would not be asked to take that decision.
And you made it plain that that was an intolerable decision to have to take for any Secretary of State, and there had to be an alternative course, and you directed that protocols be drawn up to deal with that possibility.
Correct, and we have to be honest that you do have to take those decisions in one way or another when there's limited capacity. And when we saw the COVID scenes in Lombardy, there were absolutely heart-wrenching scenes of Italian doctors saying that they're being asked to play God because the people they were depriving of a bed would inevitably die. So it isn't that you can't duck those decisions, but what I felt was inappropriate was those decisions being taken at such a long way away from the front line. And I thought those decisions, if they have to be taken, need to be taken by people who are familiar with what's going on with individual patients. And so I'm not at all suggesting that that there aren't incredibly difficult things you have to decide in any pandemic, but it's just that it felt too clinical to me that should be surfaced in almost like a regular ministerial decision. This is what you do at this point when the human consequences were so striking.
And although it's not a matter for direct inquiry today, it's out with the scope of the areas with which we've asked you to assist, but in part as a result of that terrible conundrum you were faced with, was there put in place a body called the Moral and Ethical Advisory Group to deal with the worst types of moral and ethical decisions which might confront clinical staff and administrators in the event of a pandemic?
That may well have been what happened. I wasn't aware that was the consequence. But what I was aware of was this dreadful euphemism that was used to describe that decision. It was described as population triage, which essentially was a nice way of saying making life or death decisions about large numbers of people in one go.
There could therefore have been no doubt in your mind as to the significance of exercise Cygnus, which was, I think, a cross-government exercise. It was commissioned by your department, then the Department of Health, to test the United Kingdom's response to a serious pandemic, influenza. Do you recall what the general outcome was of exercise Cygnus, Chancellor?
I do, and I would say that I think there is quite a big misunderstanding about exercise Cygnus, which is that certainly as it was described with me, it wasn't an exercise that was to examine the UK's preparedness for pandemic influenza. It was to establish how well the UK would cope in a situation in which pandemic influenza had already taken hold. So the starting point of the operation was we had already had between 200,000 and 400,000 fatalities, and I think 1.2 million people infected with pandemic flu. And so it was to see how our systems would cope in that state of extreme pressure. And I know you may well want to talk about the issue of groupthink, but I think this was the first example. Looking back, with the benefit of hindsight, this was not what I thought at the time, and with retrospect, of course, I wish I had challenged at the time, but there were no questions asked at any stage as how do we stop it getting to the stage of 200,000 to 400,000 fatalities. It was an assumption that if there was pandemic flu, it would spread, using layman's terms, like wildfire, and you pretty much couldn't stop it. And this was, how would the system cope in that extreme situation? So that's why, rather ghoulishly, when you read through the report of the exercise, there was lots of talk about mortuary capacity and how you would deal with so many dead bodies. It was that kind of thing, and as far as the NHS and care system was concerned, how would you deal with so many members of staff being off sick, even if not fatally off sick?
We'll come back to this later, but on the issue of groupthink, it may not have had its genesis solely in the exercises, which made assumptions, of course, about numbers of deaths. It may have had its genesis also in the risk assessment process, which made assumptions about huge numbers of fatalities. It may have had its genesis in the integrated management structure, IEM, for dealing with civil contingencies and emergencies, which, again, perhaps failed to focus sufficiently on preventing devastating consequences as opposed to dealing with them. But Exercise Cygnus was a seminal moment, wasn't it? Because it was designed, as you say, to test the United Kingdom structures for dealing with a severe pandemic. And no doubt you and your department, and not least yourself, because you had this personal involvement in the exercise, were concerned about the conclusions of Exercise Cygnus. Do you recall, prior to the report being published into Exercise Cygnus, internally, I should say, it wasn't publicly made available, in July 17, whether you were briefed as to the general conclusions of Exercise Cygnus?
I don't recall any particular briefing, but I had a very close and productive working relationship with Dame Sally Davis, and I'm sure that she would have talked to me.
Milady has heard that evidence.
And would have kept me abreast of her thinking. I mean, in some ways, I worried about the fact that I was not prepared to flick the switch. I'd sort of let the side down in terms of this exercise, because I think I felt a sort of expectation that they would need someone to take those kinds of decisions. So I'm sure we would have had a dialogue about it.
In your witness statement, you do say the insights from the exercise and its recommendations were made known to you. The point I want to ask you to focus on, however, is to what extent were you aware of the insights and the recommendations in advance of the formal report being made available? There was a considerable interregnum between the report, the exercise in October 16, and the report becoming available in July.
I doubt I would have been made aware. I think it would have been produced at arm's length from me, and then I would have seen it.
All right. You attended, Chancellor, a meeting of a committee that was then in place called the NSC, the National Security Council, THRC, Threats, Hazards, Resilience and Contingencies Ministerial Committee, in February of 2017, so after Cygnus, but before the report. And it was a meeting chaired by the then Prime Minister, Theresa May, MP. May we have that on the screen, 6357. There we are. Those are the minutes of that meeting held in the Cabinet Room at number 10 on Tuesday, the 21st of February at 2 p.m. with the then Prime Minister in the chair. And we can see your name, of course, Chancellor, in the bottom right-hand corner as Secretary of State for Health. And if we go over the page, please, we can see the remainder of those who attended. And then on page 6, the second paragraph, the Secretary of State for Health said that, contrary to the image presented in the media, the National Health Service was extremely good at responding to emergencies. This was in part a reflection of the important contribution of the Chief Medical Officer, then Professor Dame Sally Davis, and colleagues who worked in public health. Exercise Cygnus had been a significant test of the country's readiness for a severe pandemic, influenza strain, hence your observation that Cygnus wasn't concerned with a general pandemic, it was concerned with a severe pandemic influenza strain. And there were three important lessons to learn. First, the plans for responding to an influenza pandemic should reflect the need for decisions to be taken at the right level. It was not appropriate for the government to interfere with local clinical decision-making concerning access to hospital care. Second, the preparation of a pandemic flu bill would help to take the various legislative measures to streamline and augment capacity in health and other services. Third, the country's capacity to manage excess deaths needed to be improved. There is in that paragraph, therefore, Chancellor, references to the work streams which continued thereafter. And Miladi's had evidence about how the work streams in relation to the pandemic flu bill reached fruition, and the work stream in relation to excess deaths, that terrible euphemism for frankly, the sheer number of deaths that would result from a severe pandemic, and how that work stream would be managed. The conclusion from Exercise Cygnus was that the United Kingdom's preparedness and response in terms of its plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the extreme demands of a severe pandemic. So the question, Chancellor, is this. In this paragraph, you refer quite plainly to the lessons that needed to be learned and to the fact that Cygnus was a test of the country's readiness, and to a particular number, two in fact, work streams. To what extent was the NSC-THRC committee made aware of the overall conclusion of Cygnus, which was that the preparedness and response in terms of the whole of the United Kingdom's plans, policies and capability were not sufficient to cope with the demands of a severe pandemic?
I think so. This paragraph is obviously not what I would say now, with the benefit of hindsight and having gone through the pandemic. I want to answer your question exactly, so just forgive me if I take a moment to explain. The issue, what we thought we had learned from Cygnus was that the country wasn't very good at coping with a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people were going to die because we didn't have the practical arrangements in place to deal with the dead bodies. We didn't have the decision-making structures in place that would need to do population triage, to use that euphemism. And we didn't have the legislative requirements in place to pass a law quickly through the House of Commons. And so all those things are true within if you ask the question as narrowly as we did in Cygnus, which is how well prepared are we for this particular situation when 200,000 plus people have already died, 1 million people have already got the virus. What we didn't ask, and this was the mistake, was first of all, is it only pandemic flu that we're likely to be hit by? And could there be something with MERS-like characteristics that a respiratory virus that spreads almost as fast as flu, but has different characteristics? We didn't ask that question. And we didn't ask the other question, which was, what could we do to stop it getting to that point where 200,000 to 400,000 people have died? So I think within the narrow confines of the question we asked, we came to the right conclusions. The government accepted the 22 recommendations from memory. They weren't all implemented. But unfortunately, even if we had implemented them all, I don't think we were asking the right questions.
And you said, you promised us that you would return to the precise question after you had given that general explanation, which was, why is there a difference, seemingly, between the description of the important and significant outcome of Exercise Cygnus given in that meeting and the overall conclusion itself on the face of the report, which hit the nail on the head by saying across the United Kingdom, the plans, the capabilities and the abilities are not sufficient.
Because what we meant by that sentence was our plans and capabilities in that very specific situation where you've been hit by pandemic flu and you've had 200,000 to 400,000 fatalities. What we should have done is thought much more widely about the question in the way that that sentence can be interpreted to mean, but that wasn't how we interpreted. We thought that we had very specifically looked at this specific scenario, and we did, and we addressed the weaknesses in our provision, but we should have been asking a different question in the first place.
Could we have, please, 187694, which is a health sector security and resilience plan produced by your department, then the Department of Health. Page 3. The first paragraph says, under the executive summary, and this is a document, wasn't it, which was prepared in the general field of resilience planning for the health sector. Within the health sector, there are generally good levels of resilience with good preparedness and business continuity arrangements in place. On the face of it, that would appear to give a different impression to the conclusions, the very clear conclusions reached by Exercise Cygnus, which was that across the board there was a significant failure in the planning, the capabilities and the abilities of the United Kingdom to deal with a severe pandemic.
Well, as I say, I think that Operation Cygnus had a very narrow focus, a too narrow focus. I think, sorry, could I just ask which date this document is?
Chancellor, may I say, and I'm obviously not permitted to give evidence, it's a very good question. I don't believe that on the face of the document we're able to give it a date, but we believe it is after Exercise Cygnus.
Right, and presumably when I was still Health Secretary.
Oh yes, it's at
right.
that time.
Okay.
It's not a document from years later.
Okay. I mean, that first sentence we know is wrong, and but I'm afraid this was also, I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but this was also part of the mistaken assumption. So alongside this assumption that it was going to be more likely to be a flu that we had to deal with than an emerging respiratory virus which would have many fewer casualties, there was another assumption that we were very good at dealing with pandemics, and we all thought it. And by the way, it wasn't just us. You know, Johns Hopkins University in America said that the UK was the second best prepared country in the world in the Global Health Security Index in 2019. And they had subcategories. And one of their subcategories was which country is best prepared for preventing the spread of a virus and scaling up treatment quickly. And we were top. We weren't second best. We were top. So there was, I think, a completely wrong assumption. And I think that the truth is we were very well prepared for pandemic flu because we'd been given a lot of thinking to it. You know, Operation Cygnus, Exercise Cygnus was a huge thing. But we hadn't given nearly enough thought to other types of pandemic that might emerge. And that was, with the benefit of hindsight, that was a wholly mistaken assumption. And I think that item number 1 demonstrates that.
But the same John Hopkins Centre report, a report from the same John Hopkins Centre in December of 2019 warned in the clearest terms of the dangers of focusing too much on a pandemic influenza and ignoring the significant risk of a different viral pandemic with different characteristics, including a longer incubation period, asymptomatic transmission, higher transmission, and deadlier severity. So that was probably another instance, was it not, of the groupthink
We should
blinding
have,
us to the reality.
absolutely. And that same John Hopkins report also said no country was well prepared, even though, you know, the US and the UK had said were the best two prepared. It was very clear that no country was well prepared.
Would that be sensible?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Sorry we have to break off, Mr Hunt, but I have to think of other people, including our very hard-working stenographer. We'll ensure that we get through your evidence today so that we don't impose even more upon the burdens of government. So thank you.
Chancellor, turning to a different topic and the important question of the United Kingdom Pandemic Influenza Strategy Document 2011. There was only ever one Department of Health strategy document relating to pandemic influenza, and it was this 2011 document. And there was no analogous strategy document dealing with a non-influenza pandemic or a range of pandemic scenarios or even generically a non-influenza pandemic. Can you recall to what extent you were briefed or informed that that strategy document of 2011 required refreshment, being refreshed, as the terminology appears to describe it, being updated?
I don't recall ever being advised that.
The evidence shows that it was due to be refreshed, to use the departmental phrase, but that in 2018 and 2019 that work was paused as a result of Operation Yellowhammer, to which we'll come later. In the context of pandemic influenza planning, a failure to update the sole and major strategy document between 2011 and 2020 is a matter of some regret, is it not?
I think there was a much bigger failure, which was that we were over-focused on pandemic influenza. And I would say that, notwithstanding the fact that I don't believe I was ever advised that we should update that 2011 document, I became Health Secretary, as you know, towards the end of 2012. We did spend a lot of time thinking about dangerous viruses because at the end of 2014 we had the Ebola virus, which we were very directly involved in. And as a G7 health minister, I went to a lot of summits where we discussed the global response to Ebola. And we had global health security summits. I organised one in March 2018. So there was, and we had exercise sickness as well. So there was quite a lot of thinking, but I think looking back on it, it's very clear that it was very deeply entrenched, almost visible in every single document relating to this that you can see, that there was an assumption that a mass fatality pandemic would be flu. And I think you're going to come on and talk about Exercise Alice, which
yes,
I wasn't briefed about, which itself is telling, that I was asked to take part in exercise. I don't know if it's exercise sickness or operation sickness, but
that was a mistake of mine. It is Exercise Signet and Exercise Cygnus and Exercise Alice.
Right, thank you for letting me know that. But I wasn't briefed about Exercise Alice. I was asked to take part in Exercise Cygnus. But I think it's just interesting when you look at that is the report on Exercise Alice is literally the only place that I can find which really talks about the importance of quarantining. And if you look at this assumption that you can't stop the spread of the virus, I think that was deeply entrenched when COVID arrived. And we didn't look at countries like South Korea and Taiwan, which had a very different assumption about the effectiveness of quarantining. So that, I think, updating a pandemic flu document, of course, all things being equal, it would have been a good thing to do. But the fundamental issue is that we would, by the way, not just us, but across Western Europe and North America, there was a shared assumption that herd immunity was inevitably going to be the only way that you contained a virus because it spread like wildfire. It was perceived at the outbreak of the COVID as a rather heartless approach, but that wasn't really what it was. It was what scientists thought was, unfortunately, what was inevitable. All those assumptions would only have been challenged if we'd had a document that looked at all pandemics, not just pandemic flu.
But to be clear, it wasn't a pandemic influenza strategy document. It was the only Department of Health pandemic influenza strategy document.
Yes, and it was the only pandemic document, but it just happened to be about pandemic flu.
The inquiry does not exist to find fault solely, of course. You've referred to the meetings that you organised. It's right that I point out that based on your witness statement, you took a number of very important steps when taking ministerial office. You organised meetings of international health ministers to raise the alarm concerning the risk of a severe pandemic. And would you just tell my lady what was done in relation to the setting up of the UKVN, the United Kingdom Vaccines Network, after the Ebola outbreak to which you've just made reference, which was in 2014 and 2015?
Yes, I mean, I don't know actually if it was my direct ministerial decision, but it was a decision of the government following the Ebola outbreak to set up the UK Vaccines Network, I think chaired by Chris Whitty.
Yes.
And I think, that obviously was fundamentally turned out to be very important historically, because that was the basis upon which the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was developed, which saved more lives than any other vaccine in the pandemic across the world. I think about 6 million lives in total. And I think that is interesting because although we had a blind spot about flu being the thing we needed to worry about, with flu, a vaccine is very important. So if you like, the other side of that coin was that right at the start of the pandemic, we were one of the first countries that really were thinking about vaccines and charging ahead with vaccines, which we did faster than pretty much anyone else, which is why we made such a lot of progress. But I think Professor Whitty deserves enormous credit, and certainly not under any guidance from us as politicians, because of the scientific way that he plotted the development of that vaccines network such that it was actually able to turn into something as significant as it did.
And so that Milady can understand the position. The United Kingdom Vaccine Network provided funding, of course, for research and development into vaccine discovery, and that, of course, is why the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine was able to benefit from the programme, because of the amount of funding that it had received earlier today. All right. You've referred to the groupthink, and the groupthink has been described variously as flaws in strategic thinking, as perhaps a failure to see things for how they were. It may be suggested that there are a number of ways in which there was groupthink or a strategic failure. So the first one, to which you've already made reference, is the long-standing bias, as has been described by, I think, Professor Dame Sally Davis and others, in favour of influenza. So that's the first. Would you agree?
Yes.
There was also, secondly, a failure to appreciate properly the risks of a non-influenza pandemic. Viral pandemics, by their nature, have variable characteristics and variable risks, and may be high transmissible. They may have longer or shorter incubation periods. They may be more or less deadly. Would you agree that there was a failure to appreciate properly the risks of a non-influenza pandemic?
I think, in deference to my scientific colleagues, they would all have said that those risks existed, but collectively we didn't put anything like the time and effort and understanding those dangers. And I think if you look at the National Risk Register of 2017, it sort of says these are the two things: pandemic flu that could kill up to 750,000, or an emergent respiratory virus that could kill up to 100. And that was the assumption that collectively, including myself, we didn't challenge.
And that is why my third proposition is that there was a strategic failure to approach the risks of new and emerging respiratory viruses on the basis that it was necessary to identify multiple scenarios, not just to focus on the one hand on pandemic influenza with its terrible assumed consequences, and on the other, a much more limited generic non-influenza pandemic scenario without regard to what the specifics, characteristics may be.
Yes, I mean, I think we have to be realistic. You can't, as a government, prepare for every single scenario exhaustively. So you have to make choices as to which are the most likely scenarios that you're going to have to deal with. But with the benefit of hindsight, and I shall try not to use that phrase too often, if you look at MERS in 2015, if you look at SARS, you can see evidence of these viruses actually taking hold, and we didn't ask the searching questions as to whether you could have, we should be doing more preparations for one of those viruses becoming more contagious even than MERS turned out to be in South Korea and other places.
But it's not about hindsight, is it? Because, Chancellor, as you accept, and if I may say so very, very fairly, there was a failure at the time to ask the more searching questions that were required to be asked.
Correct.
And the fourth strategic failure, which is more connected with the response to COVID, is that because the reasonable worst case scenario doctrine planned for the realistic worst that could happen and made assumptions as to the number of deaths, this tended to prevent debate and thought about what might be done to prevent those catastrophic consequences ensuing in the first place.
Correct. That is actually linked to the kind of, we should be worrying about flu because flu has, as I understand it, a shorter incubation period, is much more transmissible, it's much harder, it doesn't have that asymptomatic period where, but that is why, for example, in the whole of Operation Cygnus, there is no reference to testing, to quarantining. Those are not things that we put any energy into. I would just add one other thing, which we did touch on earlier.
East Asia?
I think there was a groupthink that we knew this stuff best. And there was a sense that with perhaps the exception of the United States, there wasn't an enormous amount we could learn from other countries. And certainly, I didn't, this is with apologies, this is with the benefit of hindsight, but I don't think people were really registering particularly Korea as a place that we could learn from. I think it's very notable Korea did not have a lockdown in the first year of the pandemic. They avoided a lockdown at all. And what I think is interesting is that the reason that they had that superb response, in the second half of the pandemic, quite a lot of East Asian countries didn't do very well because they didn't get their vaccines out as quickly as we did here. But in that first year, I don't think there's any doubt that places like Taiwan and Korea did incredibly well. But that was actually because there was a lot of public criticism of the Korean government after the MERS epidemic in, I think, 2014-15, when their laboratory testing capacity was not up to scratch. They didn't have a network in place, and they learned those lessons. And there was clearly a narrowness of thinking of which I was part, which didn't think hard enough about that kind of potential pandemic.
That fifth, I'd suggest, strategic failure is addressed at some length in your witness statement, and to focus down on what it was that East Asian countries had, because of their MERS and SARS experiences, thought about, planned for, and debated. What was it that they had given consideration to the funding of and the problems associated with mass testing, mass contact tracing, and mass quarantine, in essence? And as you say in your statement, that those were issues which we as a country did not focus on. But the Exercise Alice report, which you didn't see at the time, was based upon an assumed MERS outbreak, was it not? And the Exercise Alice report at the time, 2016, made reference, did it not, to the need for more learning about mass testing, mass contact tracing, mass quarantine. So it's not a matter of hindsight, is it, Chancellor? That was something that was flagged up in respect of the East Asian learning in the context of a MERS exercise in 2016.
Yes and no, if I
Of course.
may be so
if you wish.
bold. I mean, I think if you read Exercise Alice, you can still see now, obviously I didn't read it at the time because it wasn't shown to me, but you can see that there was still this underlying assumption that you would be likely to be dealing with something of limited total number of fatalities.
In a hospital setting, essentially only.
Indeed. And if you look at the recommendations, I think there were 12, and I think the Department of Health and Social Care thinks that 11 were implemented and one wasn't. They didn't have the urgency that you would have wanted, knowing what we went through just a few years later. So, for example, the PPE recommendation doesn't say we need to check that we've got enough PPE. It says having enough PPE, and we may not have enough PPE. It says having enough PPE is very important, and we should do an instructional video to make sure that everyone across the whole system knows the importance of having enough PPE. The reason that, so I don't believe that even if I had been shown Exercise Alice, I would have necessarily asked for things to have been done differently. What I think is, the reason it's important, it is literally the only thing, as we mentioned earlier, that talks about quarantining and the importance of quarantining. And if there was one thing that could have slowed the progress of COVID when it actually arrived, it was to understand the importance of early quarantining to stop the disease spreading, and to understand there are types of pandemic where it is worth putting a massive amount of effort into slowing the spread, and that we should, one of the very first questions we should have been asking ourselves is this one of those pandemics that you can actually slow and save lives early on or not? And I don't think we had asked those questions.
But the reality was, wasn't it, Chancellor, that those lessons, or actions as they were called in Exercise Alice, whether or not they were brought to your attention, and you said they weren't, and there was no evidence that Alice was ever brought to your attention. The report itself identified a number of actions which self-evidently were worthy of further exploration, that they were the actions recommended by the very report itself, by the exercise. And the actions focused on, amongst other matters, port of entry screening, option plans for dealing with the cost benefits and practicality of quarantine versus self-isolation, plan for mass community sampling, and the development of live tools or systems to collect data from infected persons in order to be able to better manage testing and contact tracing. So regardless of whether or not ultimately that would have been of assistance when COVID struck, the fact remains that to a large extent those particular recommendations, for whatever reason, were never carried forward to fruition.
That's not my understanding, but I think it's obviously something for the inquiry to get more details from DHSC. My understanding is that they believe that 11 of the 12 recommendations were implemented. But I think you are right to say that here was the one bit of all our pandemic preparations where we were closest to thinking about a COVID-style pandemic, and it got very little attention in the grander scheme of things.
I believe that the quarantine options paper in Exercise Alice was deprioritised by the DHSC on the 28th of September 2016. So, at least in relation to that,
Okay.
nothing came of that. All right.
Or is that the one to which the Chancellor was referring that the department thinks wasn't implemented? Or
It's
is
not,
that,
my lady.
It's not.
No,
The one I was thinking about was
Department thinks wasn't implemented. Or
it's
is
not,
that,
my lady.
It's not.
No,
The one I was thinking about was NHS communications. So I hadn't heard what Mr. Keith just said.
So may we take it that because Exercise Alice was not brought to your attention, nor brought your attention was any of the work done following Exercise Alice, or any of the ways in which the various actions recommended in Exercise Alice were not given effect to?
Correct. I didn't know about Exercise Alice.
All right. Going back to the 5 strategic flaws or aspects of groupthink that I've suggested to you, does your witness statement identify that there are steps which may sensibly be taken to challenge groupthink, whether by way of greater external challenge to challenge orthodoxy, or a greater awareness of the events which have befallen other countries and how they've responded, but also in relation to improving the political structure in relation to how planning is prepared for?
Yes, I mean, I think there are lots of things that we need to do to avoid that kind of groupthink. But I do think it's important to say this was pretty much the whole Western world that was thinking this way about pandemics. But the first thing I would say is that, we all discovered how incredibly important SAGE was at the start of COVID, and it's really important within SAGE that there is contrary thinking and challenge going on, and I hope that SAGE is structured in a way to make that possible. I think that the other thing that I would say is that if you look at the way government works, curiously, the kind of contrary thinking tends to come from ministers who come in with a bunch of experienced expert civil servants, highly professional, and ministers come in with their priorities, and the civil servants say, we can't do that, Secretary of State, for this reason or that reason. And so that's really where the most creative discourse happens. But what failed here was that, of course, ministers are not scientists. So the kind of challenge to groupthink when there's a scientific consensus is never going to be done by a politician in the most effective way. So when it comes to things like scientific consensus, you need to have structures where you are welcoming contrary thinkers. And the civil service tends to be a very consensus-driven body. And I know that I believe that you're not able to use the Health and Social Care Select Committee's evidence as evidence for your inquiry, but if I could just put on the record that I was extremely struck when both Dominic Cummings and Matt Hancock gave evidence to that committee that, we said to them, why didn't you challenge this idea that you could stop the growth of the pandemic, that this was somehow inevitable? And they both said it was incredibly difficult, with an enormous amount of regret. It was just really, really difficult to challenge a deeply held consensus inside the system. So I think what I'm saying in a rather long-winded way is that you need to have contrary thinking amongst the experts. You can't just rely on it being the elected representatives challenging the civil servants. That has its role, but within expert bodies you need to have that challenge, the red team approach and so on.
It's not always easy to get that, though, is it, Chancellor? Because I remember in another world I used to be involved in criminal justice, and the number of times I saw a theory develop within the medical profession about the cause of injuries or the cause of death or something, and if the person who propounded the theory was sufficiently senior, forceful, and had the personality to carry the day, then it seemed that a lot of their colleagues went along with them. So how do you make sure you get the experts who'll do the challenging?
I completely agree. And, my father was in the Royal Navy, and in the military you have the same thing, where sometimes it's the most junior officer who actually has worked out the solution to the problem. But if you have a rather overbearing general, they don't feel able to speak out. So I think in areas like pandemic preparedness, precisely because it's so difficult to see round corners what might happen, I think you have to have structured challenge one way or another in the systems. And I think that's I would say SAGE is the most obvious place where it's important to do that, but we should think about that across government.
It's the little boy who said the emperor's got no clothes, isn't it? How do we get a cadre?
And we can make life very difficult for those little boys. That's the truth.
I hope you'll forgive me for verballing him. I think Sir Mark Warburton said at one stage that the government chief scientific advisor was a licensed dissident. But Chancellor, from what you say, no committee, it would seem, however diverse, experienced, and wide-ranging in its composition, is going to be sufficient to be able to address, firstly, the mare's nest of ministerial accountability that appears to have been developed from having a number of ministerial positions dealing with various different aspects of resilience. And secondly, the need for that challenge to orthodoxy to come from outside government so that it is listened to, and also politically it may be better enabled to take or to recommend or advise difficult funding decisions for consideration of the government of the day. And therefore, is there not a case for a senior cabinet minister with responsibility for EPRR to be appointed, who may have the ear of the Prime Minister, and also for an independent resilience body to challenge orthodoxy and to provide guidance, set strategy, organise exercises and report to Parliament?
There is possibly some merit in that, but I would say that in my experience of the Prime Ministers I've worked with, the most effective ones always surround themselves with people who give them completely honest challenge to any course of action. And I would say that's a very important characteristic of successful leadership in any field, that you are getting people who aren't afraid to tell you that something you're thinking of doing is a load of rubbish. That's quite a fundamental thing, and it doesn't always happen. But I think there is one other thing I would say that can help. So what we do have in this country is a very open press and very extensive and respected academia where there are lots of dissident voices. And I think that if the sage advice to ministers had been in the public domain earlier in the pandemic, I think there would have been lots of constructive criticism from academic organisations, universities up and down the country, saying, have we thought about this, have we thought about that, which could have informed SAGE's thinking. I think they did come round to thinking that actually the Korean approach to a coronavirus is worth serious consideration. But it didn't happen until May, as far as I can glean, of 2020. And that in that period, transmission had increased to about 5,000 a day. And then it was inevitable that you were going to have to use a lockdown. Had we got on the case much earlier with that approach, we might have avoided that.
But coming back to your first point about prime ministers, in your experience, having a wide range of views in front of them and of advisors not hesitating to speak truth to power and to challenge orthodoxy, isn't the problem here that it was the system which failed to provide for a sufficient degree of challenge? Ministers, in their exalted status, don't know necessarily what's going on lower down in the system. There needs to be a body that challenges orthodoxy on the part of the system itself. It's not a prime ministerial issue, it's a structural system, is it not? A structural issue. Right.
When I was Foreign Secretary, I discovered that my predecessor, William Hague, had instructed his officials as Foreign Secretary that any time there was a disagreement inside the Foreign Office about the right course of action with respect to, I don't know, Iran or someone like that, he wanted to be told about the disagreement. And I think that there is a strong sense in the civil service that there's they need to come to a consensus view and give ministers a recommendation of a single course of action. And that makes challenging groupthink harder.
All right. Can I ask you, please, about a specific issue, which is, and you'll know from the evidence as Christopher Wormold, the taking place of a departmental board meeting in September of 2016 in the Department of Health. It is, please, at 57271. We needn't, I think, trouble you with the detail of the departmental board because Christopher has given information about what it consisted of. But these were the minutes of a particular departmental board, a very senior part of your then department, which was doing a deep dive into major infection diseases. And at page 6, please, at paragraphs 25 and 26, the view of the board from which you are absent was it was more likely than not that even a moderate pandemic would overrun the system. At the extreme, there would be significant issues if it became necessary to track or quarantine thousands of people. A decision to fund high-end quarantine facilities had already been deferred by ministers. All decisions in response to an outbreak or pandemic would need to be made by the department as a Department of State, though arm's-length bodies would have their role to play. There were, however, concerns about how resilient the somewhat fragmented system would be, especially in light of previous or future funding cuts. The concerns expressed there, even in the context of a moderate pandemic, about tracking, quarantining, how fragmented the system was, appear now, perhaps with hindsight, to have been rather prescient.
Well, as you mentioned, I wasn't at that board meeting, and I've checked as to why. And it was, and if you will have seen from the first page you showed up that there were actually no politicians present at that board meeting because it was 3 days before the start of the Conservative Party conference. And in fact, I was making my biggest single announcement as Health Secretary on that first day of the conference, which was the increase in medical school training places by 25%. So there was a lot of work going on ahead of that. But I have subsequently read all the minutes of that board and indeed the presentation made by Helen Shirley Quirk. And I think there is nothing in there that I wouldn't have known. It was a month before Operation Exercise Cygnus. I think that's why it was put on the agenda. And my attitude would have been, and by the way, the same predisposition to worry about pandemic flu and to worry less about respiratory viruses, I think, is in the papers that were presented to the board. But my view would have been, I'm about to do Exercise Cygnus, and which we will deal with these issues exhaustively.
All right. Could I now turn, please, to the issue of the resilience of United Kingdom health structures, to which you've devoted a considerable part of your witness statement. You make the point in your witness statement that the NHS budget was protected from some of the most difficult elements, to use your words, of the austerity period, and that in real terms health funding increased on a number of occasions, not least in November 15, when you secured an overall increase in the NHS settlement, and again in 2018. But you make some observations about how, against the quite separate and extremely difficult issue of funding, something needs to be done about running the NHS hot all the time because of the obvious deleterious consequences of doing so in terms of the resilience of the health structures as a whole and ultimately our country. How can one avoid having to run the NHS hot whilst at the same time leaving funding questions open for future politicians?
I think it's a very, very important question to ask. So I became convinced during my time as Health Secretary that the NHS needed more capacity. it wasn't because I was thinking that I had a crystal ball and I was thinking there could be a pandemic around the corner. It was because I was dealing with a winter crisis every year. I was seeing huge pressure in A&E departments. I was seeing pressure on waiting lists. And when I arrived as Health Secretary, there was a view that we would need fewer and fewer hospital beds because surgery was getting quicker and you had a lot more day surgery. You could discharge people more quickly. Pregnant mums could go home much more quickly after they'd had their babies and so on. And that changed when I was there because I thought that was more than counterbalanced by the increase in older people and the pressures caused by demography. So I decided we did need more capacity. I think the number of employees went up by over 100,000 during my time as Health Secretary. The number of doctors went up by 17,000. But it didn't happen in a structured way. And I think that what we need in the NHS going forward is a much more structured way of analysing how many doctors and nurses we're going to need in 5, 10, 15 years' time. That is for the NHS's regular business. When it comes to the pandemic, I think there's a very specific reason why that matters, because I think the NHS did extremely well in the pandemic. I think that, you know, the majority, if not the vast majority of people with COVID who need an intensive care bed got one. But we did so because we were able to do what, for example, the German health minister isn't able to do, which is through a centralised structure, switch off everything else and say we're just going to focus the 100,000 beds we have on COVID patients and make sure that that is the priority. And when you read comments in the papers about how good the NHS, how well prepared the NHS was for a pandemic compared to other health systems, I think that's really what they were talking about. They were saying there was a centralised structure that allowed you to make big decisions from the centre in a way that other countries would not be able to do with a more fragmented healthcare system. But the price we paid for that was a big interruption to cancer care and other treatments, which is partly why we have this big backlog that we're trying to bring down now. So I think you do have to make a judgment about, you can't obviously build empty hospitals in the, to deal with a pandemic that might happen around the corner. No country in the world could afford to do that. But you do need to think about some latency in the capacity, and that was part of the reason why I argued that we should have the big funding increases that I secured in 2015 and 2018.
Does the same analysis apply to workforce planning in particular and the numbers of NHS doctors and nurses? You refer in your statement to the fact that there have always been issues, of course, with numbers of the NHS workforce and with planning, and you describe how you became aware of the importance of workforce planning. In the context of pandemic planning, is there any way in which you can have a latent capacity in terms of sheer numbers of NHS employees to be able to deal with the contingent possibility of a catastrophic pandemic?
I don't think any healthcare system can plan to have as many doctors or nurses as you would need in an extreme pandemic situation, just because of cost and also because of the fact that you just don't know what kind of situation you're going to be dealing with.
Indeed.
But I think that we should be better at long-term workforce planning, and I did conclude as Health Secretary that the structure we have, because it takes 7 years to train a doctor, means that it's never given a high enough priority in the system. And when a Chancellor and a Health Secretary are negotiating a spending review settlement, they're thinking about how are we going to relieve pressure in A&E departments this year, how are we going to have more cancer treatments next year, but the number of doctors coming on stream in 8 or 9 or 10 years' time is inevitably further down the priority list, and you need to have some mechanism that makes sure that it always gets the priority it deserves, rather than what we have at the moment, which is a rather lumpy way of increasing doctors. I persuaded Theresa May in 2016. I was very proud to do so, and we had a big increase then. But the first doctors from that decision will be coming on stream next year. So that gives you an idea of the time delays involved.
So is the stark reality that an improvement in resilience structurally walks and can only walk hand in hand with a general improvement in terms of workforce numbers and the health and the financing of the NHS as a whole? There is no practical way of bifurcating the two issues.
I think that structured workforce planning will make a very big difference to our overall pandemic resilience, yes.
What about social care, or in particular adult social care? You say in your statement that one of your regrets as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care was that you're unable to secure a longer-term funding settlement for social care or a long-term plan to relieve pressures and inequities in the social care system. Does the same analysis apply, that an improvement in resilience must necessarily depend on improvement in the system as a whole, and of course that depends on funding?
It does. It's slightly more complex because I don't think any country in the world that I'm aware of has a nationalised care system where all the care homes are owned and provided by the state. And so I think all countries have a semi-public, semi-private system. Again, I think there was an increase of over 100,000 in the social care workforce in my time as Health Secretary. But I wanted there to be a long-term plan for the social care sector. I negotiated a long-term plan for the NHS with Theresa May and Philip Hammond in 2018 and was hoping to do so for the social care sector. And I think that was next on their list too, but then unfortunately that government fell and we had the pandemic and it didn't happen. When I became Chancellor in the autumn statement last year, I did put through a £4.7 billion annual increase in the social care budget because it was unfinished business in my mind, and I hope that will make a difference. I would say that in social care, though, if I'm looking at global best practice and resilience, I think the experience of MERS and SARS in Korea and Taiwan, I did look at what they did with their care homes, and I think I spoke to a professor from Hong Kong University during the pandemic who said that they had not had a single care home death in Hong Kong. And there, the key issue was not so much the long-term planning. By the way, we should do the long-term planning anyway because it's very important for the social care sector, but that wasn't the key issue. The key issue was infection prevention and control, and the fact that following MERS, they'd said that every care home had to have a named person responsible for pandemic planning in the care home, and they very quickly stopped external visitors going into care homes to prevent infection being brought into care homes from the community. And I think they were required to have a supply of PPE as well permanently there. So I think in Korea they had some care homes where the staff were asked to live on site at the peak of the dangerous period to stop residents getting infection. So it was really around, I would say, the biggest difference we could make in the social care system when it comes to pandemic planning is that area.
And those latter issues are, of course, matters which will be looked at in greater detail in Milady's later module on social care. Finally, the topic of Operation Yellowhammer, with which you'll be familiar. The emails and the letters from the Department of Health and Social Care when you were Secretary of State make plain that following that NSC-THRC meeting to which you were referred earlier, that committee had put into place, or rather the then Prime Minister had directed the institution of the pandemic flu readiness programme. And in the bundle, as you're aware, there were a number of letters from yourself to both Theresa May, MP, and to others, in which you stress the quote, the vitality, it is vital that this work continues to be prioritised and resourced by departments given the significance and scale of the risk. So you are concerned to ensure that the work ordered by that committee, which is the work streams done by the Pandemic Flu Readiness Board, be continued to be prioritised. You ceased to become Secretary of State on the 9th of July 2018, and thereafter the necessary preparations for a no-deal exit intervened. And evidence has been heard by my lady as to the extent of the interruption and the impact of those necessary preparations. To what extent were you aware, once you had left that post as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, of the degree to which the work that you had called to be prioritised was being affected by Operation Yellowhammer?
I don't think I was aware at all.
And is that because, of course, you were Foreign Secretary?
I was Foreign Secretary. I mean, I will say, you know, in answer to the broader question of, because the Brexit vote happened when I was Health Secretary, how did it impact my work as Health Secretary? It was really one very specific thing. I was concerned about the future of our life science industry, so I spent a lot more time than I had previously visiting life science companies in this country and around the world, because I wanted to protect our ongoing life science investment. So I did spend time on that, but I don't recall ever hearing that pandemic preparedness had been deprioritised when I became Foreign Secretary.
My lady, those are all the questions I have for the Chancellor. May I ask you, please, for permission to publish the Chancellor's witness statement?
Yes, and let that be a standing direction,
Yes.
unless anybody indicates for some reason it shouldn't be published.
And then there are, as I can see, my lady, you're alive to two requests to ask questions from the core participants under Rule 10 for COVID-19 Bereaved Families of Justice UK and Northern Ireland and the Trades Union Congress.
Thank you. First, Mr. Weatherby, and then Mr. Jacobs. Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, I ask a very few questions on behalf of the COVID Bereaved Families for Justice, which represents the interests of many bereaved families across the UK. Just picking up from where Mr. Keith left off with capacity and resilience, particularly nursing resilience and staffing levels. Were you aware that the Welsh Government put in place in 2016 legislation providing for nursing staffing levels, health boards and NHS trusts in Wales during the relevant period?
No, but what happened was that, and this may or may not be connected to that, we had a terrible scandal at mid-staffs, and we in England had a very radical overhaul of hospital regulation, and we introduced Ofsted rating for all hospitals and so on.
Yes.
And the Welsh Government were asked what they were going to do in response to this, because there were some issues in Welsh hospitals. I believe that might have been their response.
I think it was to have regard to the importance of providing appropriate numbers of nurses in all settings. Is that something that you ever considered, given staffing levels in England? Was that anything you considered bringing in terms of England?
I thought it was extremely important to have appropriate staffing levels.
Yeah.
I think the number of nurses increased by 24,000 during the period that I was Health Secretary. The main focus of my time as Health Secretary was patient safety, and I was very aware as to how staffing levels would have an impact on patient safety. And I did look at whether one way to address this was to mandate staffing levels. But I think in the end, the problem with that approach is that you can only mandate staffing levels if you actually have the doctors and nurses to mandate. Okay. And that's why you need a long-term workforce plan to make sure you have the ability to do that.
If you have staffing levels, then you've got something to work up to, though.
Well, if you mandate it, so
Yes.
I did look at whether you should simply
Yeah.
say it's a requirement, for example, that there should be one nurse for every 8
Yes.
patients on a dementia ward. If you make that a legal requirement, then the hospitals will have to pull those nurses from somewhere
Yes,
else.
understood.
And if those other areas matter, then you would cause damage to patients in those other areas. So that's why I didn't believe it was an option
Yes.
until we increased training.
You
numbers.
mentioned a couple of times the number of nurses and the number of doctors that you put in place. But yesterday, the inquiry heard powerful evidence from Professor Davis, the Chief Medical Officer who worked closely with you. And she described the disinvestment, her word, in the NHS as affecting resilience, and the UK being at the bottom of the table in regards to the numbers of doctors and nurses with comparator countries. So isn't that a powerful argument for why there should be minimum levels of doctors and nurses, probably other things as well, but isn't that a powerful argument for that?
It's a powerful argument to increase the numbers of doctors and nurses so you can put those levels in place, safe staffing levels, and I would support that. I wouldn't use the word disinvestment because, in my time, I think the NHS budget went up from 101 billion to 124 billion. But do we need greater workforce capacity? Absolutely, we do.
Yeah, I think the point was the bottom of the table in terms of comparator countries, in terms of those numbers.
Well, I think I don't want to suggest that we have got to the right place when it comes to workforce planning. I think we need to go further. But I think the latest figures I've seen out of the 38 OECD countries, we're 5th in terms of the proportion of GDP we invest in health. So I think in the period since 2010, compared to other countries, we've grown, but I think we can do better when it comes to workforce planning.
Second point, similar point, though, that the inquiry is going to hear evidence from the chair of the BMA, British Medical Association UK Council, Professor Bamfield. And in his statement to the inquiry, he indicates that the BMA regularly raise concerns with government in relation to the state of public health and healthcare systems and their lack of capacity and resilience. And the BMA's communications ensured that government were fully aware that the public health and health systems were struggling to provide adequate services even in normal times, and that action needed to be taken. And then, no doubt, when he comes to give evidence, he'll be able to show the documents and reports he's referring to. But during your period, in the period running up to the pandemic when you were in office, do you recall those persistent concerns being raised by the BMA that the government's funding was insufficient to sustain the NHS?
Very much so, because there was a junior doctors' strike that lasted nearly a year, and it was because I was trying to, the immediate cause of the strike was my request that we should have better weekend staffing at hospitals, because I thought that mattered for patient safety. But in the course of that strike, I was trying to understand why it became such a bitter and long strike. Doctors were saying, you're asking us to work more on Saturdays, but we don't have enough doctors in the week.
Yeah.
And I looked at the evidence and I thought they had a point, and that was why I introduced a 25% increase in doctor training places in October 2016, followed incidentally by a 25% increase in nurse and midwife training places.
But it isn't the real answer to these issues that insufficient consideration is being given and needs now to be given to long-term sustainable funding for the NHS to bring its resilience up and to ensure long-term that there is sufficient doctors, nurses and other resources for business as usual, but also to be able to play a full part in emergency shocks.
I don't think you can fairly say that there weren't big increases in the clinical workforce during either the time I was Health Secretary or even the broader period since 2010. But what I would say is that I don't think it happened in a structured way that it should have, and I think it would be much better if it was done not because a particular Health Secretary at a particular moment takes an interest in it, but because there's a long-term plan which includes thinking about resilience as to how many doctors you're going to need in 5, 10, 15 years'
clear minimum
time.
long-term standards with proper funding, transparent, so everybody can see.
Yes, but just for the avoidance of doubt, I think it is important to say that the funding levels did go up significantly, and we do fund at comparable levels to other European countries.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherby. I said Mr. Jacobs, but I can't see him.
To the back of the room, my lady.
Oh, there you are.
I may be obscured from you, but I think I can see the Chancellor. Good afternoon, Chancellor. I have just a few questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress. Chancellor, could I start with an answer that you gave just a few moments ago to Mr. Weatherby and your evidence that in terms of spending on the NHS as a proportion of GDP, the UK or the NHS features fifth, I think you said, amongst the 38 OECD countries. When looking at NHS spend as a proportion of GDP currently, does that in reality reflect, at least in part, not so much an increase in funding, but our GDP falling behind, or our growth in GDP falling behind our peer countries?
I don't believe so, because we've grown at broadly the same rate as Germany since 2010. I think our GDP growth rate has, some years it's up and some years it's down, but our GDP has actually grown faster than France and Japan since then. So I don't believe that's the reason.
Chancellor, you pick Germany. Is Germany not the sole other G7 country that has a broadly similar GDP growth or lack of it than the other G7 countries, for example? No,
I think we grew faster, if you're talking about since 2010 as a baseline, we've grown faster than Italy, Japan.
Sorry, Chancellor, focusing on recent developments, so during the course of the pandemic.
Well, if you're talking about we spend fifth out of 38 countries, that's where we are today. And as I say, in terms of recent GDP growth over the last decade, I think I'm not sure I think the point I would say is, I think what you might be saying is, could we have gone up that league table quite a lot because of growth in the last couple of years, because of a lack of growth over the last couple of years? Is that the question
Well, Chancellor, let's look at it a slightly different way, given that we are focusing on the NHS as we go into a pandemic at the beginning of it. Is it? You've said where we are today, but is it right that in the decade or so leading to the pandemic, we generally lagged behind peer countries in terms of spending on the NHS as a proportion of GDP?
Well, I just remember when I was asked that question as Health Secretary many times, I seem to remember that we were generally bang on the Western European average and the OECD average during the period I was Health Secretary. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but I think we were broadly at the average level.
However we compared, I think your evidence a few moments ago was that in your time as Secretary of State for Health and Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, you did become convinced of a need for more capacity within the NHS. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the matters you describe in your statement is that after Operation Cygnus in 2016, you agreed that both the NHS and social care system were fragile and in need of more funding. Is that right?
Correct.
And in response to that, there was an announced increase in funding in June 2018. That was when the announcement was. Is that right?
Yeah, there was also an earlier announcement in October 2015 or December 2015, towards the end of 2015, but the bigger announcement was then, yes.
Yes. So the bigger announcement, June 2018. And is it right to say that that related to an increase in funding over 5 years that was to start in 2019, 2020?
Either 2019-20 or 2018-19.
Okay. Do you think it's correct to say, Chancellor, that realistically that funding would have been too close to the pandemic to address the fragility in the NHS that you were concerned about in 2016?
Well, I think the way to put it is, as I mentioned earlier to Mr. Keith, that when I arrived, the NHS budget was 101 billion. When I left, it was 124 billion. That was a negotiation for an additional 33 billion.
Yes, that might be an answer to a slightly different question. My question was, you're concerned about fragility in 2016. The funding increase comes in, I don't think you can quite recall, but the 2019-2020 tax year. Do you agree with the simple point that that was too late to address the fragility which you yourself were concerned about?
I don't think so, because, look, I accept your broad point that I think there needed to be more capacity, that I think the system, the health and social care system, were fragile. But I also recognise that as a country, we had very fragile finances in 2010 following the global financial crisis. And we had to do some work in order to get ourselves in a position where we could afford the big increase that I negotiated in 2018. So I don't think it would have been possible to negotiate that increase any earlier, because I don't think the funding existed to do so.
One final matter, Chancellor. We heard yesterday from Dame Sally Davies. She was your Chief Medical Officer, wasn't she, throughout your time as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care? You describe her in your statement, don't you, as your excellent Chief Medical Officer. Is that right?
Yes.
What she said yesterday, and Mr. Weatherby touched on a part of it, she described not having resilience in the NHS, and by comparator data, compared to similar countries per 100,000 population, we were at the bottom of the table on number of doctors, number of nurses, number of beds, number of ITUs, number of respirators, number of ventilators. Is that a picture you recognise? And do you think it's a pretty damning picture of the state and capacity of the NHS as we went into the pandemic?
It's a picture I recognise, and I tried to do something about, with big increases in doctor, nurse and midwife training places, with big increases in the NHS budget so that we would be able to afford to employ them. So, yes, that is exactly what I thought. I thought the NHS needed more capacity to increase the doctors per head to closer to Western European levels. But the context, that was the NHS that the government inherited, and there was also a financial crisis, so it was going to take some time in order to address those issues. But do I agree with Dame Sally that we need to improve our capacity in those areas? Absolutely, yes.
Chancellor, thank you. Thank you, Milady.
Milady, COVID-19 bereaved families of Justice Cymru have emailed in to say that they have been thoroughly traduced by my failure to ask a question that they were told I would ask, and therefore they seek your permission for me to put the question that wasn't put. May I have your permission to do so?
Certainly.
Chancellor, did you have communications with the Welsh Ministers for Health in connection with pandemic preparedness and preparation? And how effective were the systems of communication? Were they as effective as they could have been? And if not, how could they have been improved? It described itself as a single question. It may not be.
No, I think it's probably in response to a negative comment in the papers from the then Welsh Health Minister about his lack of engagement with me as Health Secretary.
Mr. Vaughan Getting.
Correct. And the answer was that there were quite strained relations because the Welsh government responsible for the NHS was Labour. The Scottish NHS was under the control of the SNP, and I was the English Health Secretary, and I was responsible, and I was obviously Conservative. And the reason, and that doesn't mean to say you can't have cordial relations with people from different parties, but in this particular case, the NHS was the central battleground in every general election. And so in every general election, there was a narrative that Labour would say here, the NHS is in a terrible state. We would say it's in an even worse state in Wales. And this is not the place, obviously, to get into the rights and wrongs of those claims, but they were the claims that were made. So we didn't have very good relations. I fully accept that. For the sake of pandemic preparedness, what was my strategy? My strategy was that we needed to have the best possible relations at an official level. And I think that actually that was one of the positives that came out of Exercise Cygnus, that the chief medical officers for the 4 nations did develop a network. And actually, I think that was something that worked pretty well during the pandemic as well.
I think I should observe, Chancellor, that given that the etymology of this issue was Mr. Vaughan Getting, that in his witness statement to Milady's inquiry, he says, in the context of Exercise Cygnus, Jeremy Hunt was the United Kingdom Government Health Secretary. Although he was, I think, present for the opening of the ministerial engagement element of the exercise, he was absent for the second day, and a junior UK Health Minister took the chair. And he says this, my impression was that UK ministers did not take ministers and officials from the devolved government seriously. Has your evidence been, in fact, that you were present on that day when the decision had to be made by the de facto Secretary of State in that exercise to make decisions about triage to which you've referred? And so you were very much part of that exercise.
I was there for the first day, I think in its entirety. But as I say, I was conscious of the political challenges of close cooperation given the context we were in. And so my approach was always that we should nurture the closest possible relationship at an official level where those political rivalries didn't exist.
Thank you. Melody, that concludes the evidence for today.
Chancellor, thank you very much indeed. I hope you haven't taken up too much of your time. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you, Melody.